The interviews, conversations from behind the page, the Eli Marks Podcast. Part 5, the venues of magic. Doc Eason on bar magic.
You have had quite a journey from Connecticut to Snowmass. Can you talk just a little bit about that fateful night in 1977 when you first encountered magic at the tower?
Yeah, just prior to the evening at the tower, my buddy and I had on our motorcycles cruised from Cupertino, California, where I was living at the time, out to Snowmass Village. Aspen's younger nephew or niece or whatever it is, I know that. So I had no idea what I was walking into, other than the fact that I knew these guys from San Jose. They went to San Jose State. Jake decided to let's go on a motorcycle adventure and go to Colorado. So we did. It took us 5 days to get there, mainly because he was riding a Goldwing. I was on a Suzuki 380. And I got scars I could show you, but it would be embarrassing for everyone. So we were very happy to land in Snowmass, and then to find out that, there's a big welcome dinner. Oh, good. A bunch of locals got together to welcome us out there, because we were gonna be there for a week, maybe two, and that was it, and then head back. Well, I didn't want to ride that motorcycle too much further. So anyway, fast forward to that, we got into the restaurant, and the place was teeming. It was like at 7 o'clock at night, and it was just jumping up and down. It was the 12th of July, 1977, because I left Cupertino on 7/7/77, July 7th. And I knew that I'm not necessarily into numerology, but anything that points me in the right direction, I'm down. So we walked in there, and there was the bar's full. We managed to get 2 seats at the bar. And there's a little table tent that says bar magic with Bob Sheets. And first of all, I don't know what bar magic means. I don't know what Bob Sheets is. Let's just sit down there, So we're sitting there waiting for the bartender's kind of in the weeds getting things together. Finally comes up to me and he says, "What would you like?" And I said, "I'd like to have a Heineken." And he said, "Hey, sorry, hold on a second." Takes a little pad of paper, rips off a piece of paper, and writes Heineken on it and slaps it out. There's your Heineken. It was on a bottle of Coors. Okay, fine. And then he goes back down the bar, and there's a guy there. He wants a gin and tonic. He said, "Oh, gin and tonic, no problem." I'm like, gin, tonic. Dang, I forgot to cut the limes. Hold on a second. I got an idea. I got one right here. And he reaches down. He's got one palm in his finger, in the little finger palm here. He pulls up the wastebasket and starts throwing napkins and cigarette butts, just like going, "Oh, here's one. There's no teeth marks in this one." Takes it over here under the speed gun, rinses it off, squeezes it into the drink, and then hands it to you with his thumb in it. What is going on here? I didn't know it at the time, but I was just like against the ropes, and he was pounding me with this thing. And so we went, but just before we went to dinner. This is all in the book, by the way. Shameless plug. Well, here we are, all set to go to dinner. And Bob said, "Here, one more trick before you go." I said, "Okay, fine." He asked me to pick out a card, put it back in the deck, shuffle up the cards, do this thing. And he said, "Is that it?" "No." "Oh, hold on a second. I got him on the run now, because I went to college, and I know things, So I'm very, I'm on top of this, I think. But suddenly my card that was signed and in the deck is under my drink. Wait a minute. Hold on just a second. Now, there it is again. Jesus, what happened here? So we go to dinner, the lovely dinner. Welcome to Snowmass thing with all my buddies. And all through the dinner, I hear all this applause and laughter coming from the bar. I couldn't wait to get back to it. So as we went back in there, sat down, we had 2 seats waiting for us, because they knew what was going on, and I'm still vibrating from this motorcycle thing. Right? So I get back in, sit down. He says, "Here, take out a card." He take out a card, and it's the card with my name on it from a minute ago, from before dinner, And I sit back on my heels now. I don't know what's going on there. This is, and Bob is the master of the undersell. Picks up a deck of cards and they go all over. He says, "I'm not as good as the other guy." One other guy. There's no other guy. That's his mantra. Like, "I'm not as good as the other guy," and then proceeds to knock my block off. So that was, and I was 30 years. I was about to turn 30 years old on this whole motorcycle trip, and it went from let's stay here for a couple of days and then move on to like, I think I want to live here forever. And that's what happened, basically.
Did you have any background in magic before you walked in there?
None. Is that right? None?
I never, I think I had the old cork trick that, my uncle taught me where you take the corks apart, which is not really a magic trick at all. It's a puzzle. But no, I had no prior. I would watch, I'd be interested in it, watch the TV shows, Copperfield and whoever else was on at the time. But I never, how do you make a living doing this? Well, suddenly I'm sitting in the bar and the money's flying over the bar, not only for the cash register, but also the tip jar was like going, wait a minute. I'm just sitting there and about $40 just went in the hat in the time that I sat down. I've been in sales all my life, from paper route back in Naugatuck, Connecticut, up until my days in the haberdashery, the dry cleaning industry. All of these were dealing with people, back and forth, over the counter. I was never a bar fly, so I wouldn't necessarily hang out in bars necessarily when I was in Cupertino. I was just lucky to wander in at the right time at the right place. Pure serendipity. I mean, if we'd gone to Jackson Hole or any other place on Earth, this would never have happened. So I'm a big one for serendipity. Serendipity and I are partners on this train.
It's amazing when there are those moments you can look back on and go, that was a sliding door moment. If I hadn't stepped through there, none of this would have happened.
Yeah, I thank my lucky stars that it did. And so Bob took me under his wing and gave me a couple of things. He said, you need to get the copper, silver, brass from Johnson. And so I still have it.
What's so fascinating about your story is you went from zero to hero. I mean, you're not like someone who walked in with some knowledge of magic. You walked in a clean slate and happened to have a brilliant teacher. And I'm just wondering, what was that process like? How did you pick things up? How did you learn?
Sheets was there established. He'd been there for 2 years at the tower. He was about to open up, I didn't know this, but he was about to open up the Jolly Jester in downtown Aspen, where there's a lot more people. Well, back then there was. Well, when I said that Bob was opening a place in town, he called up in California and got a bunch of his buddies to come out and help operate the magic bar called the Jolly Jester in downtown Aspen. Steve Spill, J.C. Wagner. Now, these are just names floating around in the cosmos as far as I'm concerned. I have, Spillman had it, Steve Spill had his hair down to here, still does. And, I don't know who these guys are. And there's a few other minor players, Eddie Goldstein. Johnny Fox, the sword swallower, was a roommate in Snowmass for a long time. So I had these teachers in the magic college, basically. We get together in the afternoon, smoke a few joints, and then do, hey, J.C. Wagner, try it this way, do it this way. I didn't realize I was getting a lesson from the master. Mm-hmm. And Steve Spill was just barely 21, I think, at the time. But he grew up at the castle with, was to cut school and hang out with Vernon while Vernon was playing the piano. So this was classical upbringing. So Bob taught me the copper, silver, brass, gave me a whole bunch of books. One of them, Frank Garcia books that you don't see anymore. They're out and about somewhere. The best advice that anybody could ever give to a budding magician is go get caught. Because you're never going to find out where the weak point is if you're reading it to sit in the book doing it for your dogs. You got to get busted. Now, that's a beautiful part about magic in a resort area, because people are there for 2, 3, 4, 5 days. In a ski resort, they're there for a week, from Sunday through Sunday. So, almost every night's a totally different night, because they go out there and they start talking about it. They all come back in later in the week. That was the best of the advice I could have ever gotten. Oh, I saw you did that. I went, okay, well, next time we get to that point, I'm going to go, how did you spend your last time again? Whatever. You ask them any question at all, their eyes will come up and then go back down again. And that's the best amount of time that you need to do whatever you're doing.
What a great education to just have this flow of people coming by every night, brand new people. Most magicians would kill for that.
I know. Believe me, people come, I want to do just what you did. Well, first of all, you have to move to Colorado, and then you have to find a rock and roll star who's willing to underwrite the whole program.
How tough could that be?
Yeah. I'm just blown away by the fact that you got there at 30 with virtually no magic knowledge whatsoever. And when I say virtually, I think in reality, you had no magic knowledge whatsoever. And now you're the king of bar magic. Son of a gun. That is an incredible evolution, in my opinion. Learning the magic and being able to do the magic. I saw you here at a Wizards weekend and was blown away by what you were doing. So,
and when would that have been, Jim?
I'm going to guess that would have been maybe 97, 98, something like that.
Yeah, high 90s maybe. Yeah.
Late 90s.
Uh-huh.
So for me, that's a huge thing to go from zero to, as John said, hero in a short amount of time, even with good teachers, is not easy. And then getting them to say, yeah, why don't you step behind the bar here and do some of this work? That too is amazing to me. That says a lot, I think, about you as a human, because who's gonna just open up their treasure trove of magic, teach somebody, and then give them their job? Here, you do my job now. That's astounding to me.
Yeah. Well, it was, here we are, serendipity again. You know, it's just one of these things. You don't plan it. I certainly didn't plan it. Instead, I told you the plan was to be there for a couple of weeks and go back to California. But California didn't have any appeal to me at all. It was traffic and, you know, and we ended up hanging out there every single night for a little bit, you know, a time here and there, and just watch the ebb and flow of it, and watch that whole intro to Bob Sheets. That was like 20 minutes of shtick going on, and there's no tricks involved, but people were howling in laughter and throwing babies in the air and everything. It just, you know, well, I was just really, really lucky, and I just brought the skills that I've learned all the way through. Hi, what's your name and where are you from and that kind of stuff, and engaging with people. That, you know, is just the secret of it all.
Well, I think that is the secret, and that's what you mastered, was that connecting with people on the other side of that bar. And I'm guessing that I keep coming back to Card Under Glass because it's one of the most amazing things I saw you do on those discs. I imagine that it's having the ability to make that connection with people on a genuine level that allows you to do what you need to do surreptitiously, because you are genuinely connecting. This isn't shtick. This is, you're making a connection, and oh, by the way, did you look down? The card is under your glass now.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a skill.
Well, yeah. And I got caught a bunch. But I got caught a bunch. And that means the next time we get to this particular point in the routine.
Yeah.
What kind of car do you drive? Good, thanks. Okay. No, I don't know. Ask them anything. What's your favorite sandwich? Peanut butter and jelly? I don't, you know, you can ask them anything, because if you posed as a question, you know, they have to go back into there, understand the question, formulate an answer, and then come back and do it. You know, that all happens like that. But so does putting the card under the glass. That only happens like that.
Yeah.
Because I do it, you know, how did you do that? I did it when you weren't looking. You know, Max Malini, and then I did it when you weren't looking.
We've had some amazing magicians on here, but I don't think anyone has ever really, Jim, correct me if I'm wrong, talked about the value of getting caught. And it's one of those lessons where you go, of course, that's great.
Yeah, I'm fascinated by that, because I have never heard a magician, especially a magician at your level, say getting caught was great, because it taught me where the weak spots were and how to fix those weak spots. That just doesn't, that I've never heard that before. And of course it makes sense, but living in Minnesota, where everybody is super nice, they may catch me, but they're too nice to say anything about it. So I may be doing things that everybody goes, yeah, well, I know what he did, and I know when he did it, but they didn't say it to me. So just being caught like that is probably a good thing.
Absolutely. If you now for the armchair guy, or the semi-professional as the category, you don't have a chance to do that. You know, I'm a good friends with Bob Reed, and spent a lot of time together. He was a great guy. He'd have all the one-liners and all the things, and he hadn't done the show in a month. I said, right now I'm in kind of a dry spot, and it's off season here, and so I'm scrambling a little bit. But I got to sit down and go through the act or watch the Cosmos Guard of the Glass thing, so I can remember what the hell I did. From there to here, So I mean, the idea of working every single night. And I don't do that anymore. But 5 nights a week. After a season, you've got some, chops under your belt, and when I do seminars, or not a seminar necessarily, but a one-on-one lecture or something, I teach the basics first, just the fall shuffle, the fall cuts, and these are just tools, the screwdriver and a hammer and a nail. Now put them together and figure out they'll put the nail over here. You know what I mean? It's a process. But being able to do that 4 or 5 times a night, 4 or 5 nights a week, if you don't get good at that, then, take up stamp collecting. Nate Leipzig was quoted as saying that if they like you as a gentleman, they'll like your magic. I think that was Leipzig. I'm not that, I don't know. But that's what it comes down to. I'm a likable character, all right? And so, let me do what I know. Okay, which is, it's a laugh line that gets me off the hook. And it shows that I'm human, and so there's not that many magic bars where you can walk in there and get those chops.
Yeah.
1 night a week, 2 nights a week. That's good. I mean, I think Suzanne is still out there banging the dinner table, isn't she?
She is. I think she has a couple of different restaurants. Yeah, the reps are you just can't get them any other way.
Right.
And the thing that Bob Sheets said to you right away, which you've kind of repurposed, I'm sure, a million different ways, is I'm not as good as the other guy. Just having a go-to that just gets you out. I'm not as good as the other guy. Laugh line, move on. That's just a great thing to have in the back pocket.
Yeah. What's your everyday carry? Wave?
Yeah.
How about you, Jim?
I perform a very narrow kind of 6 magic show that I do in the month of October every year, and I have 5 or 6 tricks, and I rotate them around, and it's all about, it's what Eugene Berger taught me. And if you're listening from home, go ahead, take your shot. I've said his name. It's what Eugene Berger taught me in the book Spirit Theater, and then through our friendship. So my stuff I don't carry anything with me. I probably should. And I'd love to do more. I have a great respect for magic because I've seen it done very well. And when it's done well, it can approach a religious experience. And when it's done badly, there's, frankly, in my opinion, not much worse than watching a bad magician. And so I don't do it because I'd like to do it well. And so I learned what I needed to learn in order to do this well. And then I read about it, I collect it, I play with it, but I don't do it on a regular basis.
Gotcha. Well, it's what it is. Your circumstances are dictated by the venues and the situation. My everyday carry is extreme burn. And I figure, hey, would you like to see a magic trick? No, I like to make money. Oh wow, $500 bill. Wow, okay.
That certainly catches people's attention right away.
I would think.
Well, yeah. And another line going into this was, I hesitate to give this away, but up to a group of people at a cocktail party, and you got you got the money in your hand. They folded over $1 bills. Said, hi, I'm from the gift committee. They wanted me to come over and entertain the most important people here. Well, they're not here yet, but if we can start with you, that'd be great. Okay. Yeah. That came from Roy Johnson and a combination of Bob Reed as well. Yeah, it's a great line, and every once in a while you get somebody who goes, "Oh, we are the most important people here," and then I said, "No, they're not here yet." They kind of go, See, that's inherently I know how far I can push it because I pushed it before. That wasn't necessarily the right thing, right? So
because you got caught one way or another, and you learned.
Yeah.
As you have gotten older or more experienced, however you want to phrase it, has your approach to magic changed at all?
Well, I'm 77. I'm a lot closer to the end than I am to the beginning, and so I'm divesting myself of a lot of magic books and props because I know that I'm never going to do this. as magicians, we go, oh, that's the best. Oh, this is a great trick. I got to learn how to do it. I'm going to put it right there in the banker's box. Oh, here's another one. Pretty soon that banker's box gets full, and you put it up on the shelf, and you get another one going. Like, golly, I mean, it's the magician's curse, basically. Is like, that looks really good. How does he do that? I don't know. Let's send $10 to Penguin and figure it out, But I'm not buying a lot of magic these days. I kind of like, slap my wrist if I reached for it. I know enough tricks. And if we were to let's go do a set at the restaurant or anywhere right now, it's probably the same couple of tricks, some card tricks, a couple of coin tricks, bill and lemon, multiple selection card, the seal. Wow, thank you very much. Where's my check? I'm out of here. Boom, And because I don't, I'm not working the tower not the tower, it's just a Stonebridge now. It's moved along. I've been 48 years. I've been doing this. Oh, that's 48 years. It blows my mind when I look over my shoulder and go, what the hell happened there?
We're all of an age here. You're 10 years beyond me, but that's not that much. And you do get to a point where you go, yeah, I don't really need the new thing. I don't need to follow that new thing. I'm happy with the things that I have. And as you said, if you were asked to do a gig right now, you'd pack the stuff you want, you'd walk over, you'd do it, you'd do a great job, but you're not feeling a need to, I need to add this, or I need to add that. You're just going to take what works.
Right. Because the tower, the tower and the Stonebridge were set up as dinner houses, I'd get them at the beginning, they'd go back and have dinner, then they'd come back for another round. And that precipitated my having another thing, hey, let me do the poker dam, or a lay down trick of some type, that you need the surface and you lay it all down as a thing. There's a bunch of stuff that's fallen just a little bit below my, and I can't remember, how to do that. I didn't need it,
Yeah.
I had a walk around gig a week or so ago, and God, I didn't feel like I was really getting any traction. First of all, it was a Hispanic restaurant, and so there was a lot of Hispanics that didn't necessarily speak English, and so I got a patteract. Wah, 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 So, but I ended up with the lemon and the card in the ceiling in this restaurant. And so they're thrilled that they have a card in the ceiling from how did that get there? Oh, Doc, okay, right. My wife and I laugh, but I can't go anywhere with it. Aren't you the magic guy? Yes, I am. It's a small pond. I'm a big fish,
I will direct listeners to, they should get your book because it's a great book. And I'm not just saying it's a great book just because you're sitting here. It really is you're a very good writer, and it's a fascinating read. It doesn't teach magic, but it does teach life lessons, which are probably more important. And the chapter on card on ceiling and dealing with the ceiling fan is something not just every magician, every performer should read about dealing with a situation which is fluid, in which things are going to change, and they might not be the way you expected them, and how do you deal with that? And that chapter about how you learn to deal with that ceiling fan is a great life lesson in itself.
Little caveat, don't ever do this trick at home. As you well know, and anybody else who buys the book will figure it out. Every once in a while, something goes terribly, horribly wrong. And I almost killed a guy or put his eye out with it, so I couldn't stop doing it. It was $100 every time I did it. So, I needed to keep doing this thing. And so luckily or unluckily, the tower shut down and I don't have a ceiling fan anymore.
Life goes on. Are there any other life lessons that you think you took away from all those years behind the bar and all those interactions? You talked about you don't need any more tricks, which I think is something Suzanne said when she was on the show. She said the one thing she thinks magicians need to learn is you have enough tricks. You have enough tricks. You don't need any more tricks. Are there any other life lessons that come to mind?
Well, when Lewis, bless his heart, produced the three volumes of the documentary, he put down 12 prescriptions for magical entertainment or something or other. I can't remember. I'd have to look them up myself at this point. But one of them is don't be a jerk. All right. Don't lust after the blonde at the bar there. And I can't remember now some of the other ones, but the other thing is that doing trick after trick after trick gets a little boring. And, they get, up against the ropes and you just beating them up. I think they need to stop, slow down and kind of absorb what this miracle you just did. And then we don't need 4 or 5 more miracles coming right along behind it. Here's another card trick. Here's another card trick. Here's another card trick. Oh, Jesus Christ. That was a performer at the castle, a great old guy. Again, I won't drop names at all, but he had a little case over here. He'd sit down at the little table they had reserved for him. And God, he'd finish up one trick, put it back in the box, pull out another trick, do it. And he was in his 80s. So far be it from me to piss on his parade. You know what I mean? And he also has some great stories about Las Vegas in the early days and all that other stuff. So it was a tremendously entertaining period of time that you spend with this old guy. But I don't think that's the best approach. It's like, let me show you every card trick I know. Oh, here's another one. Here's the blue deck. And I'm like, no. So I'm sure there's other ones. And I'm negotiating now with Murphy's to see if I can get those 3 volumes digitized.
Oh, perfect.
Oh, that'd be great.
I think so too.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, I'd love you to ask a question.
Yeah, I'm a huge John Denver fan. My whole family is. I was listening to him before this interview with you because I knew you have a strong connection with Mr. Denver. Can we just talk about him for a minute and maybe share some of your favorite memories? I love the chapter in the book where he took you up in his biplane. I'm not a good flyer, so when he said you want to have some fun, I would have said, no, I don't want to have any fun at all. Drive straight and stay low to the ground. It's a fascinating chapter, but talk about him for a little bit and tell us some of your memories of him.
My kids all call him Uncle John.
Wow.
A Dutch uncle. I guess that's what they call that. Anyway, it's only happened a couple of other times when you suddenly come face to face with somebody that you're very familiar with, is very famous. I remember walking out of Macy's in New York City and walked right up to and almost ran into Warren Beatty. I stopped, stunned, and then he moved on, and I just thought, was Warren Beatty just then? The same sort of thing happened the first time I saw John and come into the restaurant. He co-signed the thing. He had nothing to do with the running of the place. He hooked his foxhole buddies up into a restaurant situation. But when the same thing, every time I saw him, I was like, oh, John Denver. Oh, okay, fine. Okay. Hi, John. How you doing? And became human again. I think one of the things that you guys were referring to in terms of John, on the 25th of June, 1983, Michael Shore, one of the partners in the restaurant, but he's from California, was getting married to a sweetheart. And it was a beautiful fall day at the end of June. The tourists aren't really here yet, and so it was just a locals event. It was great. John was there. He sang a couple of songs, and we're all going into the tent for the big reception of the wedding of the decade. I can't wait to get in there, and a hobnob, and everybody. We knew everybody. Snowmass was a very smaller community than it is now, and everybody knew everybody. There was a fist fight at one restaurant. By the time we got to the other restaurant, they knew all about it. The cook. Right. So we're just about to enter the tent, and my wife, who was enormously pregnant at the time, tugged my sleeve and said, "We have to go." I said, "Go? What are you talking about? This is the wedding of the century here." No, my water broke. Oh. Okay, so we said goodbye to everybody, and then we went home and waited for the imminent arrival of my son, firstborn son. And about 8 o'clock in the morning, everything had stalled out. I don't know all the medical terms, but we're going to probably have to do a C-section. Okay, fine. So we go to the hospital, and I'm in the delivery room, all in my scrubs and everything, and just not getting involved in the everything. They cesarean. They open up mom, take the baby out, show it to him, and then turn up, give the baby to me, and I go in the room, and then they turn her up, and she goes out to dreamland. So I'm sitting there in this oversized rocking chair in Aspen Valley Hospital, and I'm gazing at my newborn son, who was not more than 15 minutes old. I look up in the observation window, and there's John, with a tear going on his cheek.
Mm.
The upshot of that particular statement was, every time I saw John, and that wasn't often, that was seldom, but every time we did cross paths, he'd say, How's Mac? How's Katie? How's Ryan? They call my kids. This is a superstar. This guy is, you go to China and you say, John Denver, oh, Rocky Mountain High. Yeah. I mean, it's worldwide. And he knows my kid's name. That was a very special time. When he fell out of the sky, it was like a death in the family. And as it was for a lot of people thought the world of John. You say you used to listen to him. We listened to it periodically, some of the lesser known stuff. So I got to know John on that level, not terrifically well, but I treasured the times with him. Yeah, he was just an amazing character. And his songs can still bring me to tears.
Yeah.
Prior to my coming out here, in 77, sometime in the early 70s, I was in California, running the health food store, and I had a tattoo of a sun on my shoulder. Again, that was not pledged land. It was just like I had just come back from Mexico. I had plenty of sun on my shoulder, and let's get a tattoo. And only later did I realize that this was the theme song.
Yeah. I was in a Catholic school, probably 6th or 7th grade. The music teacher came in and she shut the door and she brought in a record player, and the building's full of nuns, but she's not a nun. And she said, I want you guys to listen to this guy named John Denver. And it was the Poems, Prayers, and Promises album. She was a young teacher and she was very excited by this performer who had some sort of Minnesota connection. I don't remember exactly what it was, but he was around here.
He married a Minnesota girl.
Yeah, that was it. He was around here a lot.
Yeah.
And then kind of out of nowhere, in, 77, this movie comes out. Oh, God.
Yeah.
It's John Denver. And I will just say to all listeners, if you've never seen Oh, God.
I get it now.
People talk about the brilliance of Mel Brooks. Let's give a moment here to talk about some of the movies that Carl Reiner made that are just classics. And this singer-songwriter gets up on screen and is the most charming, natural performer on screen. He is so good in that movie, going toe-to-toe with George Burns, sometimes face-to-face, sometimes he's in an empty room talking to George Burns and there's nobody else there. Just a remarkable performance. And I'm just sorry he didn't do more movies. He was such a... he just lit up the screen in that movie. And again, I would recommend, if you haven't seen Oh, God, you can skip the sequels, but go back to the original. It's a great little movie.
It is. I visit it at least once a year. And my brother-in-law, who is an entrepreneur, is an enormous John Denver fan. And about once a year, the local PBS station here during their sweeps weeks will run a John Denver special and concert. And my brother would watch it all the time. And there's a lodge in Alaska that John used to frequent. And my brother-in-law went up there and became friends with the couple that ran that lodge, that Mr. Denver would go up and kind of collect himself and chill out. And they reached out to him, I suppose 15 years ago now, and said, we're getting too old to keep doing this. You seem to love the place. Would you like to buy it? And so he owns this now lodge in Alaska that John used to go to on a regular basis.
Wow.
I can't get up there because in order to get up to the place, you got to take a float plane a small float plane. I'm out. I'm out of the contest. I can't do it. But Mr. Denver used to do it on a regular basis, and I guess it's beautiful. And I've seen the pictures. It's incredible.
Yeah. Well, that's funny. Yeah, another life lesson or a performance lesson. It's also in the book. But I was in the Magic for 2 or 3 years at the time, and had a repertoire I could entertain a group of folks. Après ski was, let's shut down at 4:30. Between 4:30 and 6, dinner hour starts. It was, time for cocktails. I'm sitting there. I've got a group of 5 or 6 guys and gals, and I was playing with the group, and I look over to my left, and there's John just walked in. He had just been skiing. I said, John, how are you doing? Come on over. I want to show you what I'm working on. He said, I'll be right there. I'll let me get my beer. So I go to work, and he, cuts out and gets his beer, and he walks all the way past me up to the far corner of the bar, and where you can't see anything of what I'm doing here. I want to show you what was going on there, you know, and he was very happy to be back there. And it wasn't until a day or so afterwards I realized that John was looking not at me. He was looking at what I did to the audience. He didn't, you know, he figured after 3 years I'm doing something right, you know. But that was my ego talking. I want to show you this new thing that I'm working on. John didn't care about that. John cared about what you did to the audience. If you ever been to a John Denver concert, that has a great good fortune of being at a couple of them, there's a portion in the show where he, you know, takes off the guitar, grabs another guitar, this old guitar, and sits on the edge of the stage with his legs dangling, and he plays Just for You, and for you, and for you. You could feel it. Maya Angelou said, people don't remember what you did. They remember how you made them feel.
Yeah.
Well, life lesson right there. How do I make them feel?
That's a great lesson.
Great lesson. It's not about the tricks. It never is. You know, and that I could probably draw some heat on that because, you know, the magic dealer's got to sell something. But, you know, it's most importantly is the connecting with the audience, and magic gives you the tools to open it up and fascination. And, you know, some people don't like it, but for the most part, people, you know, especially if you're good at it, you know, no, the cards under the drink now. Well, what else you got?
Yeah.
Kayla Drescher on Bar Magic.
So the last time you were on, we were on a pretty specific topic, and we didn't really dive into your magic history. So what is your magic history?
So I've been doing magic since I was 7, and I started out doing a lot of magic just to music, which was more silent, lots of kids' parties, as you do when you're a kid and just trying to get experience and stuff. And then I quit magic to go to college because I had no interest in really doing it. I just kind of was, you know, still around magic, going to conventions or stuff, but didn't have any interest in performing it myself. But then after I graduated college and got like a real person job, said no, and dove pretty quickly into just spending a year trying to almost relearn magic as a professional now, because taking 4 years off and then still being at the same level, if not slightly behind, that I was when I was like 17, 18 years old.
Right.
I had to take the year and just really beef up skill and get experience and all of that. And that's when I got into, I got a job as a bartender and was doing magic from behind the bar. So that's really where I learned how to cut my teeth and develop how I perform with my personality and all that jazz. And so I've been doing bar magic since 2012. And now, although mostly what I do is more parlor stuff, more private events, corporate things, I do still perform bar magic, mainly just at magic venues like the Chicago Magic Lounge or the Magic Castle. But it's an expertise of mine, I guess, if you want to like label it as an expertise. It's for sure something that I know a lot about, have a lot of opinions on, and really, really, really love.
One thing I didn't know about you in doing the modicum of research that I do is that you won the Search for the Next Great Magician event on the Today Show from David Copperfield. I had no idea that even existed. What was that? What was that experience like?
That was a really well-timed experience for like my own self-esteem, because that was about 8 or 9 months into that year I was talking about, where I was like, how do I do magic as a professional? What does this look like? My skill level is so far behind. And I had been playing with this trick at the bar using bottle caps, and had kind of noticed that with a certain move in magic, I really didn't like it. I thought it was really awkward, and every version I had seen, I was like, that just doesn't look like if I could actually change color of a coin, like change it from a silver coin to a copper coin, I would never do it that way. That would just not be how my hands moved, and that feels weird. And I'd started playing with bottle caps and noticed these properties of how bottle caps are made just naturally, and like how they work really well with magic, and had developed this thing. And a buddy of mine in Boston, where I was living at the time, was like, hey, I'm submitting for this contest, you should do it too. And I did. And I just happened to get a call from them that was like, hey, can you change a couple things and send us a video, and like we'll go from there. And I did. And they were like, great, you free on Monday? Because we're going to have you come down. And so, yeah, I submitted for it and went down. And it was very early in the morning. So I really don't remember very many of the details, to be honest, because it was only about a half a cup of coffee in. And I was exhausted, but performed live on national television and won this contest. Got to go out to Vegas and spend some time with Copperfield, see the show, get a tour of the museum. And it was just really cool to, one, see the museum, obviously, because that's like just magic history. And it was a crazy, crazy, amazing experience. Get to spend some time with him and like just have some just people conversations, which was cool. Not so much about magic or anything, but just like, let's talk about food, let's talk about life, just that. But I think the idea of like, I didn't really know how to use that to my advantage business wise. A friend of mine was like, oh, here are some quotes from the segment that you should put on your website. But really just the idea of going, okay, I think I can do this. I think that was the biggest thing for me at that time, a 23-year-old being like, I don't know. And I was like, oh, if this guy is going to tell the world in a sense, or at least people watching early morning television, that I'm decent at magic, maybe I'm decent at magic. And so it was this really lovely moment of some self-esteem boost. I still use the quotes from the segment. I try very hard to steer people far, far away from watching it because it was a long time ago. I'll say that. It's a long time ago. But yeah, it was really great.
We will not post a link, so don't bother looking for it.
I will go look for it on my own quietly.
Okay.
After this. So let's talk about this, because you've been in highly produced magic shows like the Champions of Magic. What's it like doing close-up magic for such a large group? How do you grab and then hold their attention?
Every magician who did a Zoom show during the pandemic can now answer that question. It's exactly the same, except that you're probably not wearing pajama pants, which most of us were doing during the pandemic. It's just, it's just screen is, from my waist up. So I'm just gonna wear whatever I want. And did I? Absolutely. Did companies pay me a lot of money to perform for their Zoom event? They did. They didn't know I was wearing sweatpants, whatever. I won't admit it to them. It's funny because it actually was this brilliant transition into doing Zoom shows, because for 3 or 4 years at that point, I had been pretty much primarily playing to a camera. And so I was doing close-up magic into a lens and having to relate to every single member of the audience without ever looking them in the face. And they were looking at my face on this gigantic projector screen, but I was just looking into this like shadow of a camera. And how do I make that work if the projector or the camera goes down? Or how do I make that work if there are 5,000 people instead of 800? And what does this look like in terms of like, is the audience connecting with me? And can my brand of comedy come across here? And so it was like maybe about a 6-month learning experience for both me, and the producer of the show was also my camera person. And so we really coordinated and choreographed a lot. And he was so great because he knows magic and knows how to make magic look good. If something went wrong, he could easily just move the camera to the left an inch. And so the audience wouldn't see the thing that went wrong, stuff like that. So it was I had a lot of backup in those moments, but it was really a cool experience to learn. And it does prepare you for Zoom shows. If you watch a Zoom magician and they're kind of doing magic here, you realize that they're looking at their own face as opposed to if they're looking at the camera. It's such a difference. All of a sudden they're actually feels like they're making eye contact with you. And that's what I had to learn on the fly. So it wasn't so much about how do you make close-up magic work for a gigantic theater. It was, how do I make entertainment on this small level work for 5,000 people at the same time? Anybody can make a card trick work for a room of 5,000. People do it all the time in shows. The question is, can you be equally as entertaining if it were 2 people or 5,000 people? And most people, the answer is no. We just happen to really hyper focus on that. And I wish more people cared about it in that way. I think most magicians want to care more about the actual magic and the impact of the magic as opposed to the relationship between the magician and the audience. And so for me, that was because that was a focus right at the beginning. We were really able to make that work pretty quickly.
This is a theme that's come up quite a bit this season, is that relationship. We had Dr. Larry Haas on a couple episodes ago, and we were talking about a conversation we'd had last season with Michael Close about his style of restaurant magic versus Eugene Berger's style. And for those of you who are playing the Eugene Berger drinking game, now's the time.
Take a sip.
And the discussion was about how Eugene insisted on sitting down and becoming part of the group and relating to them that way. And it sounds like you figured out a way in front of 5,000 people to sit down with them and become part of the group. Is there a secret to that, or is it just trial and error?
Well, step one is you have to have a personality.
Which,
So get one of those if you can.
dang it.
It's
What do
very
you get?
helpful.
Does Amazon? Is it
Jim, you're out. You're out.
if you have Prime? No.
It's
Okay.
yeah, but it's not on Prime. You can order it through Amazon, but the company
Alright.
is in a different country,
China.
very
It's
far
in
away.
China. You said you were. All right. Fine.
It does help. I like to joke about it, but it is very beneficial when you actually have something entertaining to offer that's not the props or it's not the magic. And Eugene certainly has that or had that. Michael certainly has that. And so when you have an actual personality, it makes relating to and talking to your audience significantly easier. Because then if you don't want to be funny, you don't have to. But if you want to be funny, that being funny is much easier if you actually have a point of view in the world. But magic is way more entertaining if you actually are person first.
Mhm.
And that's often hard to do. So step one, get a personality. Step two, you have to understand how people work. And like how a lot of people work is it needs to feel like a conversation. A lot of people value eye contact. Some people don't value eye contact, but love the idea that eye contact gives you a connection. So although you might not want to actually make eye contact, at least the idea of somebody looking at your face is helpful. They know that you're actually listening or paying attention or caring. And so when I'm talking to the audience, I need to be looking at their faces. So especially with the cameras, like if you looked at the projector screen and you would look at my face, it would feel like I was looking at your face too. And there was nothing in between us. There weren't other people. There wasn't like a blur. There wasn't an out of focus. There wasn't a disconnect. It looked like you and I were the only people in the room. And that, I think, is what added that level of connection between me and the audience.
Mhm.
And it's the same with restaurants. It's the same with any show is I ask always if I can have my house lights at a low glow so that I can actually see their faces.
Mhm.
If I can't see their faces, it's much harder for me to understand if the show's going over well because I don't know if they're reacting. But if I can see their faces and I can have a genuine connection or make a comment about something somebody's doing, whatever it is a huge benefit. So yes, it is very much that idea of quote sitting down with them at the table, but doing it in then the way that works for me. Eugene could actually sit down with them.
Right.
That's not so much my style, but it accomplishes the same thing.
So when you were doing the thing in front of 5,000 people or whatever the number was in front of the camera, were there any tricks where you brought someone on stage, or is it all just you solo wowing them?
Yeah, so there were times I was in the audience doing magic, actually in the audience. A lot of times that was you would watch me and the person. Often it was a kid. You would watch me and the kid do something, and then something silly would happen, and then I would look right at the camera, very much in that like Jim Halpert in The Office kind of way, where it's just like, a little bit of a wink to the rest of you in this moment. Back to the kid. And yeah, if people came up on stage, same deal as me and that person would be having a moment, and then I would look out into the camera or to the audience itself and go from there. So it is a balance. You do have to kind of go back and forth. But yeah, there are plenty of times where I was calling people up on stage, which was great.
Well, let me ask you this, because we talked to Matt King, I don't know how many episodes ago, and in the course of that, he explained that during his first 5 minutes on stage while he's doing his rope trick, he is picking out who's going to be on stage for the rest of his show. Do you have that luxury, or are you just kind of diving and hoping you get the right one?
Oh, when you're in a theater of 1,500 to 5,000 people, no, that doesn't exist. There's no luxury. I did have earlier on in the tour, I did have our amazing stage manager would go out and find kids in the audience that were of a certain general age range, like older than 5, less than 13,
Mhm.
and would put marks on the floor so that because as I'm walking through, I often couldn't see even the people that were right next to me.
Yeah.
So I would just walk through on the floor looking for the mark and then be able to look, and they would tell me, oh, they're 3 seats in, they're 2 seats in, whatever. And then I would go for them. And that was hugely helpful because couldn't see anything. Now, I'm no longer in Champions of Magic, but I now in my shows at the bar, in the theater, whatever it is, yes, in that first few minutes, I am looking for people that will fit exactly what I need. And that's a skill you develop over time. I mean, Mac, I'm sure has got like boom, 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 got it because of his experience. I'm maybe a little bit slower, or I like forget. But yeah, absolutely. You're looking for those people very early on. And then you kind of observe them throughout the show. Are they reactive? Are they too much? How drunk are they? And then you have to decide whether or not they're actually going to be the person that you decide to call up on stage or not. It's also good to have a backup because if for those who have listened to Shazam, I'm a big fan of if somebody says they don't want to come up on stage, they don't come up on stage, and we leave it at that. I say, would you join me? No? Great, no worries, moving on. And then that's it. And so that I also have to have about 3 backups just in case somebody needs to say no, and then we can move on. So I for sure don't like relying on calling up that one person. But yeah, you do. You kind of scan and find those people very, very early on.
And now, having done a little on-camera work myself from time to time, it seems that's a skill set, what you're talking about right now, relating to an audience member and keeping the attention of the audience at the same time, being able to bounce back and forth between the audience member on stage and the audience by checking in the camera. Did you have a lot of on-camera experience before this, or was this just, I'm going to just have to figure this out?
This might be a really funny answer. So no, the answer is no. I don't have very much on-camera experience. I have primarily been the only kind of performer I've ever been is a magician. Like I danced or I did some theater or some improv classes, sketch writing classes. But no, I'm not an on-camera. I'm not an actor. Nothing. It's just been magic. I did train and other stuff to like get better, but magic has been it. The thing that I attribute a lot of that knowledge to is from basically the age of 3 years old. My dad and I would watch Victor Borga.
Mm.
And
Wow.
if you go back, and I tell everybody to just go watch Victor Borga because it is timeless, it's classy, the comedy is strong, it's creative and unique and very, very personality driven. But the thing that was always brilliant about him is that when it was time to listen to the piano, he would sit at the piano and his shoulder would be facing the audience. And when it was time to laugh, he would turn and his face would face the audience. And even while he was playing, if he wanted to tell a joke, he would turn his shoulders and face towards the audience. And it was like this cue that the audience didn't understand that was, you're going to be laughing now. And then they would laugh, and then he would turn his shoulder again and he would play the piano. And that is something I didn't even realize was in my head until I started doing it and was like, what am I doing? And then I realized, oh, it's just instead of a piano, it's a camera. That's literally the only difference.
That's
And
so great. What a
right?
that's great. Yeah.
I will put in the show notes some links to Victor Borger with this caveat. Do not go to those links yet, because if you do, you won't come back. Do it after the show, because otherwise you're going to go down a Victor Borger rabbit hole that your family will have to bring you food.
Yeah, exactly. It's
such
fabulous.
an incredible performer
Mhm.
who is sadly not as well known today as he should be. But
I think this may be the first time Mr. Borges' name has been mentioned on this podcast.
yeah, but the fact that you learned that trick from him just says what a smart performer you are, because you recognized what he was doing, even if it was subconsciously, and then you did the thing that that is my favorite thing when you get an idea like that is, what's my version of that? How do I make that work for me? So
Yeah, and I think thanks for saying that I'm a smart performer, but I think also I attribute it to just my parents are really old. And so we watched a lot of just old things, lots of Golden Girls, lots of Designing Women, just a lot old Doris Day movies, like just watched a lot of old things. So Victor Borga was just like a thing my dad and I did. And So yeah, I'm lucky to have been exposed to that.
You're also at that point ingesting, even though you don't realize it, the rhythms of the writers of the Golden Girls. I believe Susan Harris. Am I wrong about that? I'll cut it out if I'm wrong. But you can learn, I think you can learn comedy by just listening to it over and over and over again.
Yeah.
So once again, you have learned something without realizing you're learning it, but you've then been able to put it into your work.
Yep. Yeah, and I think a lot of my just kind of pausing and waiting when, an audience member does something silly, and I just kind of make a brief face and just pause. That's all from B. Arthur.
But
There
it's
you
so
go.
hard to learn, and it is so brilliant when they can do it. The best example, and I will try to put a link in the show notes to it, is there's a very famous clip from The Tonight Show when he had actor Ed Ames on, and
There
Ed
you go.
Ames threw an axe at a figure they had, and it hit him right in the crotch. And it was Ed Ames's instinct to go undo it. And you can see Johnny hold on to him and go, nope, this is a moment. Wait till they're ready to do that next thing. And it's that ability to be smart enough to stop and go, I'm going to be quiet for a minute, because the longer I'm quiet, the more this is going to build and the better it's going to get. And that is a skill you don't walk on stage with. You'd learn that. I would point people toward our good friend Derek Hughes, who is a master of taking the moment, waiting, and it's going to get better and funnier because of his willingness to just wait you out.
Yep.
So
Anyway,
you're in Chicago now, is that correct?
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm cold.
What was the reason for that?
It's a good question.
Where'd you grow up?
Well, I grew up in Connecticut, and then I've kind of been bouncing all over since college. So I lived in Boston for a minute, and then I briefly was in Vegas, and then I've been in LA for the last 8 or 9 years. And after the pandemic and the lockdown and stuff, I think just like a lot shifted in both me and my partner Harrison's industries. Harrison is an actor and a comedian, and just a lot kind of changed. And I had come out to Chicago for 3 months last winter to do a residency at the Chicago Magic Lounge, a place I've been a whole bunch and love, and it's just wonderful. And so I was lucky enough that they said yes to me doing my hour-long show every Wednesday, and that's a 3-month-long contract. So I was here January through the end of March,
it's the
and
best time to be in Chicago, isn't it?
I made a choice. All right, it
We don't
happened.
judge. We don't judge.
No, we're
You
talking here
should.
from Minneapolis, St.
Don't
Paul.
judge.
Yeah.
We can't throw stones.
Yeah, this is a place where not only can it rain and snow, but it can do it at the same time.
hmm
So we know what you're up against.
Yeah, it's interesting. So yeah, I did that, and then at the end of my time here, we both were like, I don't know, this place is pretty great. We should investigate. So we started investigating, and some good friends helped us out, kind of like steering us in different directions. And then in September, we are official Illinois residents. So it's been pretty great.
Yeah.
Well,
I love Chicago.
okay, so we could talk to you all day, but we need to focus on one topic because that's what podcasting's all about.
Sure.
The story that our listeners have heard this episode has, at the beginning and the end, just a little bit of Eli practicing some bar magic, because at this point in the Eli Marks timeline, he owns a bar next to his magic store. And in addition to having a little stage area for his other magician friends to perform, he's trying to work up some bar magic. It doesn't go particularly well for him in that story. And I will be honest, as with all other things that I do, I did just a modicum of research, in this case, none, and was surprised to hear someone say not so long ago, no. Bar magic, that's not the same thing as close-up magic. They're two entirely different things. And I went, oh, okay. I need to learn more about that.
Yeah.
And that's why you're here. So you've already told us how you got started doing that. What is the difference between close-up magic and bar magic?
Well, I think a lot of people, you're not the first person to think it's the same. Can you do close-up magic at a bar? Sure, totally. But if you think about how a bar is designed, most bars, so not take out magic venue bars that are designed very specifically with a goal of performing a show in mind, but look at just any bar in a hotel, any bar you would go to in your town. there is no way that everybody sat at the bar and everybody sat around the bar at the tables, at the booths, whatever, are going to be able to see you spread the cards on a close-up mat flat on the bar. It's not possible. Yes, if there were 4 people, you could do that. You could do a card under glass at the bar.
Yeah.
But when there are more than that, which hopefully there are, that would be the mark of a good bar, is that there are people there. It's not possible. So bar magic, to me, in my opinion, is a really happy place between super visual and organic prop magic and parlor magic. A little bit of close up, a little bit of mind read, a little, whatever else you want to bring in it, great. But it really is about making sure that it's highly interactive, that it, this kind of magic per minute or laughs per minute kind of concept. Although, I don't really measure it, but I know that we go, you have to go because people are drinking, people are socializing, it's noisy. There could be music. There's people coming in that don't know what's going on. That when you're doing the show, you have to keep their attention. And what goes away the more you drink? Your attention span, your interest in doing things that aren't more drinks and like talking or flirting with somebody. Like, that's not a thing, right? So we have to keep people's attention. We have to keep them involved. And the bar is a place where you have to take all the magic that you would put on a surface and bring it up to be visual for everybody that sat there, to be the more people you can involve, the better. So to me, bar magic is that happy medium between like close up and parlor with very interactive and organic stuff.
And when you talk about organic props, you're talking about using stuff that would be close at hand at a bar. Not a crystal tube full of silks, but rather a shaker with lemons and limes.
I'm so glad that you brought up a crystal tube full of silks, because I was like, all right, what's the funniest prop that I could bring up right now? And you just nailed it. So well done. Yeah, that's weird, right? However, what if that crystal tube instead was like, I don't know, a paper towel tube with a hole cut out of it, and you're doing it with cocktail napkins? Like, you can easily replace the magic-y props that you get at the shop and make it feel like it came from the space. You have every fruit right there. You have cups that are opaque, which is like half of what magic is, top cups, cups and balls. You've got them right there. They're metal tins that you can make drinks out of and you could do magic with. There's just so much right in front of you that why not just use what exists? And it takes a little bit of creative thinking, of course, but overall, I think it's really easy to kind of just shift some old hat magic and make it work for the bar. If it came from a magic shop, chances are likely it's not going to fit in the space. It's going to feel like you bought it and came into the space with it. But if instead you're being like, hey, can I borrow that? Are you done with your drink? Can I borrow that glass? Then you do something with that glass. That's a miracle now, because they were just drinking out of it. So you do something with that glass, they're going to freak out. And that just makes it way more interesting to people who are sitting there.
When you started out doing bar magic, what did you realize pretty quickly that you were doing wrong?
All of it. All of 100%.
Okay.
I don't believe that for a second.
Oh, yeah. I mean, that's half the battle with magic, isn't it? It's like you do everything wrong for quite some time. Then slowly you start to do things right. Well, I was bartending and then also doing a show. So the first thing I did wrong was not care about the drinks that people wanted to order and just wanted to do magic. And so people would be waiting way too long to order a drink, and I didn't care. And so I got in a lot of trouble, as you should. They didn't hire me to perform. They hired me to make cocktails or open beers or whatever. So that was number one. But in terms of the show, I also tried the close-up route. Every resource at that time that I had about bar magic showed this flat close-up style. Now, not always, but those were the things that I kind of was more gravitating towards.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of the published work that would be, quote, bar magic is very, very flat, very on the surface. But it's meant to be for a bar where at max you've got 10 people. And you're probably only doing a show for like 5 of those people at a time, and then going to the other 5 people and doing a different show for them. So that's a very different thing. And that's not where I was working. I was working at a yacht club. I was working at a Marriott. And so these were places where there would be 150 people that just came out of the wedding in the ballroom. They'd come to our bar and I'd have to make them all drinks. And I'd be like, all right, people, shut up. Here's a show. So I definitely made that mistake for a while. And then I think the lack of interaction. It was very much just like trying to perform magic, but people are shouting things at you all the time. And I would just just try to go past it, move right on, keep going. I'm just working on this new trick, and then I very quickly started realizing that no, people want to yell at you and they want you to yell back at them.
Yeah.
And so very quickly I started developing like a thicker and thicker skin. So when people would say really weird stuff and they would be yelling it, and so everyone could hear it, then I got to be able to yell back. And so at first, because I was just freaking out and I was young and didn't know what to do, I was just trying to do good magic. And that's not what they cared about. What they cared about was they wanted to be entertained. And once I got that mindset clicked in, then it all started to much better fall into place.
So if I were a magician, which we all know I'm not, and I was doing regular restaurant walk around magic, and they threw me and they said, you got to go work the bar tonight, I would, if I had been doing a good job, I would have already established sort of the how to make myself part of the audience in front of me. But the things I'd have to learn would be how to make things more visual for people who aren't sitting right in front of me. And you also had the issue of I'm working and I have to do a bartender thing. So do you think it's easier to come into being a bar magician cold, or already have all the restaurant stuff and come in and realize you have to do 2 jobs at once?
I think it's beneficial for every person to work in some sort of service job, especially then if you want to entertain within that service industry. So if you want to be a restaurant magician, if you want to be a bar magician, at some point you should get a job as a server or a bartender, because that's when you get to learn how a restaurant operates. So when I was a kid and I would do restaurants, I would get in the server's way and it wasn't really a cohesive work experience for anybody. And I didn't understand what was the goal. My goal was to perform magic, but I didn't understand the goal of the people coming in was to eat. And I just happened to be there,
Right.
And so when you start to realize that, when you're like, oh, okay, because I'm the bartender, the goal is they want to order drinks and I want to make money. So we're going to work together by them ordering more drinks and me making them quickly. I make more money for the bar, for myself, etc. Now I add in this entertainment thing and we make even more. So everybody's goals are happening. And then I could communicate, like if there was another bartender working, I could communicate really easily with them. 1, because we worked together, but 2, because I understood the language that exists between bartenders. So even in the very first time I performed at the Magic Castle, I remember walking behind the bartender, going behind you, and then keep going behind you. And they were like, no magician has ever said that here. What's happening? And then they're like, have you bartended? Like, oh yeah, I know, I have. And that all of a suddenly we were much more on the same page with each other. Suddenly there was a much better mutual respect between performer and bartender, because I understood what they were doing and where they were coming from and could communicate if something needed to happen. So I think it's much easier if you, at least at some point, work behind a bar. And I also just think it's a lot easier to get a job performing bar magic if you're a bartender. To go into a bar and be like, I would like to stand behind your bar with no safety certification, no experience standing behind a bar or understanding how bars work, and I want to do card tricks. Chances are the restaurant owner is going to be like, please go home. We don't know. Hell no. But if you get a job as a bartender and also happen to be doing magic when everybody's gotten their drinks, now you're interesting. Now it's going to be much better. And you also understand, okay, I will have to put away the magic for a second. It's getting busy. It's fine. But then when it starts to die down, you get to perform. Yeah, the restaurant owner is going to love you. So that's much easier. So yeah, I tend to say, unless you have an in with someone who owns a restaurant and you can negotiate that pretty quickly, I think it's just a lot easier to learn how to make drinks, work behind the bar, and do magic that way.
And it's a good go-to skill to have. Hey, I'm a bartender.
Mhm.
Never hurts to have that.
Have you learned stuff doing bar magic that not necessarily an effect, or I'm not looking for that necessarily, but just some principles maybe that you learned in bar magic that would be applicable or applicable to your other magic?
Yeah. So number one, you always have to understand the people you're performing for, what is their goal of being here today? So is their goal to eat and drink? Is it to socialize with their friends? Is it to celebrate someone's birthday or a holiday? Is it to watch a magic show? It's often not to watch a magic show. It's often that is merely a cool atmospheric thing that comes your way. Is it a corporate, company party that you're pretty obligated to be at? Is it a networking event you don't want to be at, but it's gonna get your company more money? You have to really understand their goals. And it took me a while to wrap my head around the fact that, like, oh, the people who are coming here, their goal is not to watch a show, it's to eat and drink and then go to sleep in their hotel room. And it just happens to be there's a level of entertainment. It was rare. I mean, it happened, but it was rare. People would come in and be like, "Hey, I hear there's a magic show here." I'd be like, "Yeah, sit, eat, drink. I'll do a show in a little bit." But it was very rare that their goal was to actually watch magic, and it was something else. And then how do I work magic into their goal? And so that was something that doing bar magic really taught me, which is very helpful for corporate, for private parties, etc., because you assist in the goal of the event. And that's great. So if the goal of the event is to celebrate the year, the company did great, let's have a great time, that's an awesome goal. And I can for sure, with no extra effort, go right into it. It also means that, like, choosing material changed, because then I would do a lot less material with their drinks, or, I'm not doing any sort of fork or spoon bending when you're at the bar, because people are eating with those things. So I don't want to do that. I don't want to touch the things that they're about to eat. That was always important, but it took me a second to really fully grasp that concept. So it does, that was a really, really good one. So I think that's important, is to really fully understand the goals. But then for me, I think the biggest thing was, like I said, just about gaining a thicker skin, just about being able to, it's really rare that something's going to get thrown my way and it's really going to throw me off. Which means most of it is entertaining. Most of it is very fun, where people says, someone will say something really dumb, and then I get to just respond to it and make it a running joke throughout the show or whatever it is. Like, that's really fun. And then other times it's seemingly very negative, and it ends up in the moment it's really frustrating. Like, the best example I can give you is not too long ago, there was someone at the bar at the Chicago Magic Lounge. This is very rare, but it occasionally happens where someone's very combative, but in a bad way. And so he at one point, like, called me a bitch, and just like lots of just really weird stuff. But because that stuff, again, it doesn't really faze me in the moment. I had to, like, take a little break, and I was like, all right, I'm gonna have a juice and just sit in the back for 5 minutes. But during the show, you're like, okay, you in therapy, buddy? What's going on? Like, and you just have fun with it. And then the audience is very much on your side, because you're not immediately hating life, and because you're like, oh God, okay, time for you to sit down, consider think about your actions. And do you see this bucket of money? You will be putting a lot of it in there at the end. Okay, great. And so you can make it work, and the audience loves you for it. But if I didn't have the experience of actually cutting my teeth at a proper bar, like an actual bar that is not a magic venue, I would not have been able to handle the stuff that gets thrown at you. So I'm really thankful for my experience performing for actual drunk wedding guests, parties, people who have come from out of town and are on vacation with their families, whatever it is, because those people did not expect to see magic and are drunk and are like, just, they are giving you whatever comes to the top of their brain. And being able to handle that is such a skill. Again, like thinking about someone like Derek Hughes, Mac King, these guys can handle whatever gets thrown their way. And that is all just experience. And so my experience points for getting to do bar magic. And so I'm really thankful for that.
Is there, as you look back on it, is there a favorite memory you have from doing bar magic? Or just a moment that stands out where you go, oh, that's one for the record books.
So I was working, yes, I was working at the Marriott in North Boston, and I was a server on this particular night. I would kind of bounce back and forth between being a bartender and a server at this place. And so one of the bartenders was working. So I was serving tables, and then it kind of got a little, dead, except the bar was a little bit busy. So I was just helping her behind the bar, and then everybody had drinks, and so I started performing. And there's no microphone, there's no pretty lighting system that makes puts a spotlight on you. I'm just doing magic for these 20 people sat or standing around the bar. And as I'm performing, I feel something fall into my apron, and I kind of I let it go for a second because I'm in the middle of something. But then I look just in a moment of downtime, and I look, and there's just a wallet that doesn't belong to me. And I'm looking like, what the hell? And I look at the other bartender, and she just smiles and gives me this really good wink and is like, seat 9. And I was like, did you just steal that guy's wallet? What? And then over the course of the next 5 minutes, suddenly I had a phone. I had keys.
Oh,
I had so many people's belongings just fall into my pockets. And so then throughout the course of the show, and now because as a bartender, you're invisible, right? No one knows that you're there. If you're cleaning up people's dishes and drinks and stuff, chances are if they're talking to somebody, they turn back, the things are just gone. They never even saw you there. You are properly invisible. So she just started taking people's stuff. And then I would be like, okay, and this was your card, the 7 of diamonds. Great, awesome. And then I would, from a towel, just produce a wallet and be like, and whose wallet is this? Oh, Steven, is this your wallet? Okay, great, here you go. And people could not handle this. It was great. And it would happen throughout the course of 20 minutes is I would just keep producing phones and keys of, oh, Steven, your wallet again, come on, just insane stuff. And it was, again, because we had developed a rapport between me and the other staff, and because I was, working there, but then also doing these shows, and then also splitting some of the tips from the shows, etc., is that because we had this mutual respect for each other, she really wanted to be in on stuff. And so this just became a thing. We would do this every once in a while. So I would feel something drop into my pocket and be like, all right, she's at it again. This is great. But that first day was like, oh, this is glorious. It's just so good.
Mike Super on Corporate Magic.
Mike, I remember the first time I saw you in a corporate setting. We were in Las Vegas. You did a 10-minute teaser before their dinner, then a 50-minute set that absolutely killed them. But what really kind of shocked me, because I had done several corporate gigs up to that point, was the amount of time you were willing to give the client after the event. You came out after the event was completely over, the awards were done, and you did about another hour of close-up card magic. And it was just for me, it was a real class in customer service and how to, really deal with a client over and above the expectation that they had for you. And in fact, if memory serves, they liked you so much, they brought you back the next year. So it was a back-to-backer. And I have to think that some of that customer care that you did an hour of magic after your show for people had something to do with that. What is that something you always do?
Yeah. So, wow. First off, amazing memory, Jim. Like, I remember it, but I am amazed, that you remember it, and you were spot on. That is exactly what I did, and I try to do at all of the events. So, to touch on why I do that at the end, it is very purposeful, because first off, and number one, I truly do love doing magic. So whether I'm getting paid for it or not, my wife will attest to this. I love, if someone wants to see something, I love to do it, right? But in that event, I humbly try to over deliver as much as I can with a corporate client. And because the more their audience loves what they saw, or the more personally touched they are by the magic that I'm doing, the more likely they are to bring me back with a whole new show. Because as we know, in the corporate arena, they may say, yeah, let's do magic this year. And then literally a lot of times the mentality is, okay, we've done magic, let's do something else. So my challenge in the corporate arena has always been, how can I make them want me back next year? Because we all know the best customer is the customer you already have, and it's the easiest one to rebook. And sometimes, it can be challenging to get them to realize we could do a whole nother show that feels totally different than the one we just did. So when I go out after, I love to meet the CEO, as many executives as I can, and even more importantly, if they have their wife or their family at the event. And sometimes the CEO, I'll meet them, I'll do, a piece of magic for them that leaves them with a souvenir, right? That every time they show it, kind of the magic trick happens over again as they describe it. And usually they describe it better than I did it, which is great. I learned that from Michael Lamar in his books when I was really, really young, and have always done it. So then, as long as they want to see it, they were breaking the event down around us, if you remember, right? All of the tech crew, the lights were coming down, and yet I'll still, if the audience wants to see it, I'll do it. And that is with the hope of people being touched personally with the close-up magic. And they remember it, they remember, hey, he did this and it wasn't part of the contract. And I think anytime you have, whether it's, you're in a grocery store or a restaurant, right? If the waitress brings your kids cookies at the end at no charge, that leaves an impression. And that's kind of what I try to do.
Well, it certainly was mind-blowing to me because, and I'll just own this. As soon as I am done doing whatever they want me to do, I pop that bow tie, boom, like Tony Bennett, and I'm back in my room ordering a cheeseburger. So to see you doing it, and I kind of hung out because I like magic. So I was like, well, I'm going to watch because this is great. But I was shocked by the amount of time that you spent with these people who were essentially, yes, indeed, the CEO was there for a little while, but by and large, it was rank and file, if I remember correctly.
Yes.
These are just people and you stayed for an hour. You did more close-up magic after the event was over than you had to do within the whole event. The actual contract. Yeah, it was impressive.
And I am a people person too, right? And I am also, though, it's all kind of calculated in that could, believe it or not, even though it's sort of like, and we're not saying just the audience members, but there was no decision makers there. Right. So, but for that event, Jim, I can't tell you and John how many times I have done that. And it could be, a wife that didn't even want to come to the show that I'm doing close-up magic for. It was her husband's event that goes, you know what? I run a doctor's clinic in Minneapolis, and we would like to have Mike at that event, and it usually stems from me doing that. So it helps to it doesn't work all the time, but it helps to rebook the event, And secondly, it's sort of, if they're at that event, they're usually professionals, right? And we all know professionals tend to marry other professionals, and or they're involved in other things. And I've had, I've done golf outings with, one of the, just quote, just audience members that were, very impressed with the close-up magic. And so that's why I do it. It drums up more business. It creates goodwill. It allows me to over-deliver. And none of those are bad things in business. So,
Amen.
When you started out, were you planning on a corporate career?
I always, and even to this day, I do a ton of corporate stuff. And I love it. And the way I got started in it, I'll tell you the fast end of the story, was a very, very popular and very talented, better corporate magician than I could ever be, from Pittsburgh. Paul Gertner is a magician. Sure. And he's been on Fool Us. He's fooled Penn and Teller like, 2 or 3 times, and super great guy. And he's from Pittsburgh. And I remember back in the day, for all you kids listening, we didn't have YouTube. We didn't have, if you wanted to watch magic on TV that wasn't David Copperfield, who I'm a huge fan of, but you would, have to tape it. And on Carson, on the Tonight Show, I will never forget this. I just wanted to be a magician so bad, had no idea how to make money at it other than the little ways I was doing it around my hometown. And Paul Gertner happened to be a guest performing for Johnny. And they mentioned he was from Pittsburgh. So I went through these are called yellow pages, and I actually went under magicians. And at the time, it was called Magicore, which I think he changed to the Paul Gertner group later and has since retired. But I didn't know Paul from Adam, right? And I called him up and I said, hey, listen, if you were looking for somebody to be your protege, I am willing to put illusions together. I will do what you need me to do, so you don't have to do it. And he was so nice. He's like, well, why don't you come to the magic meeting next month at the IBM, that's International Brotherhood of Magicians. Yes, that is a real organization. And I met Paul. He's like, hey, come over to my office. And I met his secretary, and he's like, why don't you clean some of this up? And he was so kind to me, but didn't teach me any magic at the time. And then there was another magician that was doing a lot of corporate work. His name was Tim Conover. Great magician, just fantastic. And it's a tragedy he is no longer with us. But I got this, and this is how I got into corporate. I was working as a messenger at Mellon Bank in downtown Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, where I still live. And I knew everybody because I was a messenger. I was a people person. I would talk to all the executives. And as it turned out, Paul was doing an event for them where he was sort of sub-booking Tim Conover. Paul wasn't performing, and he goes, Mike, listen, we're going to set up tents. They want psychics there for some reason. And so right away, I realized that it's more than just doing a magic show if you can help it. You want to help them meet their needs. And I go, okay. And he's like, I need you to set up these PVC tents. There was like 10 of them that there would be psychics in. Here I thought I was going to be performing, but of course I wasn't. I was manual labor. But I got to see Timmy Conover perform like 7 nights in a row. And I watched him work this audience, and he was fantastic. And it was the first time I'd ever seen a trick called the book test, right? And I could not figure this out. It was amazing. And I knew I wanted to do what they were doing because while at the time I had never heard of Timmy Conover, he and Paul were rock stars to this corporate audience, right? Because they were very elite. It was almost like being unknown gave them this underground, untouchable, intangible stardom. And I wanted to do that. So I just started sort of patterning myself after what Paul would do business-wise. And that's how I learned at first. That's how I got into it. My whole thing is, one, especially at a corporate event, right? You're representing the company. So hopefully you're representing them very strongly. And more importantly, there's a meeting planner usually behind a lot of it, and a whole production company that may have suggested you. So their whole reputation is depending on you, doing a good show. So I just always want people to relate. You know what I mean? Like come out and feel like they're at the end of it, they're your friend. I want the audience to feel that way. And more importantly, I want the meeting planner and the CEOs to feel that way, because we're much more apt to do business with our friends, right? And it just becomes a very easy thing. So hopefully that translates into the show. But if you do that everywhere, no matter whether it's corporate or any other kind, I think you'll get rebooked at least, or talked about, and get another gig as a result.
What's the best part about working corporate gigs, and what's the worst part? And pretend that you don't have any clients listening right now.
Yeah, no. And this is the kind of guy I am. I would answer this even to the clients and answer it honestly. So the best part of a corporate gig is twofold. One is the paycheck is usually very, very good. And because a lot of times I'm the least expensive thing that they're putting on. So with that in mind, the paycheck is always very, very good for the amount of time on stage. And the other thing that is very, very good is, and I touched on this a second ago, is I love that the audience has, a lot of times their expectations of what this entertainment or what this magician is going to be is so low that when I come out, I kind of know I'm going to surprise them in a good way. And that's the great thing, watching that changeover from a bunch of people in suits or tuxedos sitting there with their arms folded, their body language is very closed off, to at the end they're waving and going, yeah, great job, oh, it's amazing, right? Or a standing O. So that's the best part for me. The corporate expectation from the audience is very low. From the client booking you, it's very high, right? So you can't help, if you have a decent act, to go over very, very well. The worst part of being in a corporate setting is twofold. One is the endless meetings about the same thing for 3 months out before the event, right? You'll do a conference call, you'll do, now it's a lot of Zoom meetings, but in the corporate world, everybody is so afraid. And this is just my opinion, I think, why this happens. They have the same meeting 12 times before you get to the show, right? And I think that's because nobody wants to be on the line for, should something go wrong, to say, why did we not have a meeting about this, right? So they want to make sure everyone's on the same page, and I completely understand it. And that's, of course, why I am always more than happy to do it. That said, the other hard part for corporate clients is to understand that a show with audience interaction, while it can be planned, you have to understand it's an evolving animal. So if you want a great show, I may have to step out of my set list a couple of times, so a corporate client likes to get a sheet of paper with everything listed on it so they know what to expect. So for me, I tend to view it, I'll give them that, and I let them know, hey, and if it alters, don't worry. The main thing is I won't go overtime than you want, because if I go 5 minutes over, I have now thrown the rest of the day out of whack. Everybody is mad at me. So what I do is I just try to hit it. I hit the time perfectly, unless they say, no, it doesn't matter, Mike. And then I might do, an extra 5 or 10 minutes. But the hard part is just the constant meetings about the same thing. And I want to make them feel better. And I think until they see you and get a relationship with you, it's impossible to do that. So you just do your best. So that's the highs and the lows.
But from the production end of it, I will say that all things being equal, a performer who is done on time is always preferred over one who doesn't seem to care about your agenda. And even all things not being equal, where you go, they were fantastic, but I don't trust them, as opposed to he's excellent and he's going to do exactly what we need, and he's more worried about it than we are.
Right.
Yes, and that is key, because what people don't realize in our entertainment field is you should have zero ego going into these events, right? Because it is not about you. You're part of usually, a 3-day to 5-day event, right? And let's say you're doing an hour. You're an hour of 3 days. So when you go and do corporate magic, it's no longer, the Mike Super show, right? It's the client's show, and I'm just somehow trying to add to that. But you can't go in and go, I need this, because I like to go in and say, give me a 10-minute lighting check if we can, unless if I've had where we've made CEOs appear, right? Or for instance, we did one event where all of the major executives wanted to do one trick that I had to teach them. It worked out great, but again, then I could say, okay, let's just do one rehearsal and give me 5 minutes with each one. But normally I try to have as small of a footprint as I can, because they'll design the stage for that event. People don't realize this. And if you can't fit into that, that's a huge problem. If you say, well, I have to have this, right? Because I have it at every other event. You can't be that way. You have to be flexible, be willing to change, and just make it work, to the best of your ability. And I think, meeting planners and companies would rather that than you going, maybe your hour would be a better show if they had built the stage differently for something that you wanted. But in the end, it doesn't matter. All that matters is you make it work with them as easily as possible, because like you said, on your back end, you have way more stuff to worry about. So, but that took 30 years to learn.
Yes.
I remember being a kid, I was maybe like 21 doing a corporate event, and I shipped, I think it was 52 road cases to Iowa for this event. And they wanted to kill me because this was not a very nice ballroom. So there was no place to put 52 cases. It was in the back in the kitchen. And I learned very quickly, it's not necessarily about how much you ship at is value as to what you can, how easy you can make it for them. That's the value. So
do you choose, how do you choose the effects that you do for a corporate show, knowing all of the, I can't work blue, I can't, all of that
Correct.
kind of stuff. How do you choose the effects you're going to do?
Yeah, well, for a corporate event, it'll start with, I do 2 types. One is where I'm coming in with just my show, right? And at that point, I'll take just parts from my theater show. Luckily, I made the choice a long time ago. I wanted to be able to work for families, for Disney and corporate. And so the good news is everything I do fits pretty much. I can take one routine out of my theater show and throw it in a corporate arena, and it's fine. But what I like to do is, if they're asking, sometimes they want a lead in to the show, like I said, like making somebody levitate or making someone appear, right? I ended up using my corporate appearance on Ellen, with Ellen, right? Because she had a bad back and can't lay down and hide or anything like that. And it's the same problem with a CEO you're making appear, because he's in a $10,000 suit or tuxedo that can't get wrinkled, right? So you just find pieces of magic or create something for whatever their branding is. And again, Jim, you just don't work blue. Everyone is there in front of their peers. So if you can make the audience, and this is key, you have to make the audience trust you in 5 minutes that you're not going to embarrass them in front of their boss or their employees, right? And once everyone sort of gets, oh, this guy's not here to embarrass us. If anybody, he's going to embarrass himself. Then, they relax and they want to take part more. So, and I choose anything I can with interaction, because again, it's the humble thing. No one really wants to see me, but Jim from The Office, who's usually a hoot anyway, is now on stage, and they go, oh, this is going to be good, right? And that keeps them from getting up and going to the bar. Great.
So what do you do in that situation when when you probably have a pretty good eye for picking someone from the audience as to, you're probably watching throughout the show to figure out who's engaged, who seems to be this or that. When someone's foisted on you who's not a good volunteer, what do you do?
Yeah. So this is great, by the way. You hit on something really, really good, because people go, it's a corporate show. What can go wrong? Well, I will tell you. Number one, you could get somebody who is drunk, right? And their inhibitions are down. I cannot tell you how many people have looked sober when I chose them. And I realized by the time on the short walk up to stage that I'm going, oh boy. Okay. And again, it's as my job as the entertainer to be a gentleman. My job is, all right, look, let's just say Bill is trashed right now. I have to make it look like Bill isn't trashed, right? Because as a good host, I don't want, to make him look bad in front of anybody. So there's that. You're dealing with drunk people, possibly. Secondly, the higher up you go on the executive scale, we're talking about type A personalities. You're talking about people that are very comfortable standing in front of a bunch of people and telling them what they did wrong and why it needs to fix, and or has sort of this byplay that they don't want to give that up because they're used to being in charge. So that type A personality, you have to also learn to deal with. So, and then there's like the clown that is a combination of both. Nothing's worse than a type A personality that is drunk. And so number one, I tell people all the time, you don't want your first gig to be a corporate gig, right? I learned how to deal with all of this, at least in my own way, from doing restaurants when I was a teenager. I would go and, do Pizza Hut or Olive Gardens and stroll around for 2 hours on a Tuesday night. And it's a great way to get stage time. When magicians ask me how to get started, that's your amateur stand-up club amateur night, right? Because you get 5 minutes at each table, and even if it goes terrible, the next table's brand new. So you, in one night, you can get in 30 different audiences, right? And you keep doing that, and you're gonna deal with the drunk guy. You're gonna deal with a couple that's fighting. You're gonna deal with a type A personality or another guy that wants to show off in front of, another guy by messing with the magician. So when that happens for me, I'm very comfortable of laughing at myself. And there is a point where you can't hide, let's say, that someone is super, super obnoxiously drunk, right? So, and if they're really coming at you, and this is like the Don Allen sort of mentality, who's a magician, from a great magician from days of old. And instead of trying to battle that person, right, and with heckler lines and whatnot, the nicer you are and the more you're able to laugh at yourself, and kind of, once the audience knows the situation you're in, they tend to get on your side and laugh at how well you can handle this or you can't handle this gracefully. And if it's really bad, the audience will, I've had the audience defend me from a heckler or, someone on stage. And then I'm like, no, he's a good guy, right? And then you're the good guy again. So I just say experience, right? Until you can read as many books as you want, but until you're in the situation and dealing with it, I have done a show where people have come up and they're like, hey, that was great, but the way you handled Tim was amazing, like very classy. And they'll apologize to you, but as long as I just say be nice and be able to laugh at yourself. And if they're funny though, I love that, right? They could be obnoxious and drunk, but if they're killing it, I am happy to step back a little bit and make the most of that, because at the end of the show, that feeling that they were giving their friends gets attributed to you, so you win either way.
Mike, do your corporate clients reach out to you and want you to tailor your show in some way and say, hey, could you do this, or how does that work? Are they picking your routine for you, or do they have input?
First off, they always have input. And the first thing I'll do with any corporate client is I'll ask what is the event? How, your standard questions, how many people are going to be there? Has nothing to do with my pricing structure, because my pricing structure, those that are booking me, it's pretty set. Like, they already know it. The reason I'm asking it is because I want to see what I can pitch to them. Again, they don't know what they want, right? It's the old Steve Jobs line. People don't know what they want until you show them, right? So I usually focus it in two parts. One is to get them booked. So you want to show, how long do you want? We can do that. And once that happens, then as an add-on, I'll suggest to them, right? If you'd like, do you have a theme? Do you want some scripting? And that will go one of two ways. One way I'll go, nope, listen, we just want it to be fun for everybody. It's the end of the year, holiday party. We want them to just have fun. No scripting necessary. Okay, great. And so that kind of will stop it there. Then there's the other half that go, well, what do you mean by scripting? And I go, well, do you have a theme this year? And they'll say, we do actually. Maybe it's, and I'm making this up, right? Maybe it's, going above and beyond, or raising our standards. And I'll go back and I'll take that. And I learned this. This is just from being exposed to great guys like Paul Gertner, who was a master at, you could give him any trick and he could not only make it corporate and entertaining, but include a branded message. I was always amazed. And he would send me I used to work for Sherwin-Williams at the International Builders Home Show. Basically, they supply paint. How can you make any trick work with paint, right? And he would write it all for me. And I would just go, Paul, you are unbelievable. He could take a rope trick, make it fit paint. He could take a gambling trick, make it fit paint. And that's kind of how I learned to do it myself. I would watch, and learn what Paul would do. So when they say scripting, I'll go, let me just write up a quick little thing for you and give me your theme this year. And then I'll give that to them and they'll say, okay, that's good. That wouldn't be bad. Because for me, I always tell them, I'm not the informational guy, so to speak. I can drop in 4 or 5 bits of information and that the people will walk away with, instead of like a ton of information that no one's ever going to remember. So that's what I always suggest. And one of those might be, do you want the CEO to appear, right? If it's special for them, they'll go, is there anything with the CEO? He loves it. We want him or her involved. Okay. I go, well, what have you done in the past with her? We've done this, this, and this. And one was the female CEO repelled in from the ceiling. So that was where I was like, okay, well, that was quite an entrance. Wonder, though, this year if we do an entrance where she appears from shadows. And then I'll send them the clip I did on Ellen, and they'll go, yes. Or you have to really think about how to rebrand things. And then, of course, for that extra work, you get rewarded with, an additional add-on for the show. So they usually don't suggest it. I suggest it. And if they are at all interested, I'll give them plenty to choose from.
Jade on Strolling Magic.
We don't generally spend a lot of time on background, but I would like to just give us an idea of how did you start out in magic?
I think I'm one of the rare ones that fell into the world of magic. I was 17, wanted to get a job before my senior year, so it was the summer, and I found a job working in a magic shop on Fisherman's Wharf in San Francisco, and I ended up staying there for 9 years. Graduated college after changing my major 3 times, and I thought I better get a degree in case the magic doesn't, have any power. So I never had to turn back and use my degree. However, I think that I studied mass communications, and at some point I thought maybe I would be a television journalist or something. But the things that I learned about being in front of a camera and all that actually applies to the TV shows that I've appeared on. So it's all been very handy.
It turns out to have been good planning.
Yeah. Right. If I could read my future, that would be the things to do. And I have to say, now that I'm talking about it, it's weird how my life kind of set itself up, because during college I did take theater just because I needed a thing on the side, an activity on the side. I did that. And I also took dance, and all those things came into use for what I do.
Well planned,
Yeah.
even if it wasn't planned. It was very, very nice. Very, very nice.
How fortunate. I talk to people and I often think back, what if my first job was not working at the magic shop? What if I just worked at McDonald's? Would I be performing magic now? I don't know. It's possible.
Or you'd be running McDonald's.
Yeah,
Oh, right.
exactly. You'd be the CEO of the firm. Did you come from a magic family, Jade?
Oh, no, nobody. Oh my God, no. Traditional Chinese family. Are you kidding? No.
Okay. All right. And how what an interesting place to choose to work then. If you, I mean, how do you choose
you
to
know what
work
it
in a
was?
magic store?
Well, okay. So it was a choice. It was my first possible job offering. And I get to choose. Do I work at this magic shop that I know nothing about or care about, because magic is really for boys anyway, because I've never seen a woman, or work at McDonald's that I know all my friends and even my sister had worked there. And then I thought, nah, not McDonald's. I'm going to try the magic shop. And you have to know that in high school and through a good part of the beginning of my life, I was a very, very shy girl. I was shy. The way I spent my recess was hanging out by my locker in high school with my girlfriends. That's all we did. Yeah. So having conversations with complete strangers were difficult. And I know that after working at the magic shop for 6 months, the assistant manager came over to me and said, so listen, the manager said, if you don't start selling things, we're going to have to fire you. Ooh, yeah, that put a fire under my butt, and thought, I better start speaking to complete strangers and try to sell something. What I realize is anyone can overcome their shyness when they find the need to do what they need to do. I didn't want to get fired. I didn't want to work at McDonald's. So my option was to open up my mouth, learn how to do the magic tricks, and present them and sell them so I can stay. So my conclusion, I remember thinking in the beginning was, okay, Fisherman's Wharf, 100% tourist. Okay, maybe a few locals, but they usually don't come. So these tourists, they're going to go back to Switzerland, Sweden, Turkey, wherever they're from, and I'm never going to see them again. And if I'm foolish, so be it. I don't care. They'll never see me again. So that was my rationale, and I moved on.
It's something that a lot of beginning magicians have to realize, that is when you're performing for strangers. And we've heard this before on the podcast. Particularly, I remember Noah Sony talking about working with the Mall of America and just loving the fact that he had this constant flow of new audience members, and he'd never see them again. So it didn't really matter, and he was able to learn. What was your learning curve like getting up to speed? Because I know that we talked last year to our friend Larry Kayla, who runs Ego Magic here in the Twin Cities, and he commented as he was demonstrating a trick. He said the smartest thing he ever learned was from his wife, who said, "Stop demonstrating tricks that cost less than $10." What was your learning curve like?
Of course, I understand where the wife was coming from. Yes, you got bonuses if you sold the more expensive coin tricks, because they were $50, $80, and they came in a little box or a little plastic bag. So I aimed to earn my $5 whatever bonus if I sold that $55 coin trick. And what I realized is, because I spent 9 years of my life growing up in a magic shop, I'm very good at reading instructions. And I'm also, I can get it. It processes quickly in my head. And even now, as I read new tricks or whatever, I can see it, I manage it. And then I'm also very quick to deviate from the original because I'd find another way of operating or handling whatever items and deciding, no, that way doesn't work for me. I'm going to do it this way because it makes more sense to me. But maybe that's just because of years of the magic shop and also as a performer too. I don't know if in the beginning of course, in the beginning, I just followed instructions exactly, say exactly as they say in the instructions. But, time gives you the opportunity to learn, to improve.
And when did you start actually getting out from behind the counter and doing performances?
Okay, so working at the magic shop, I eventually became from the demonstrator, I became the assistant manager, I don't know, after maybe 5 years or 4 years. And from that position, I was able to order magic tricks that I thought I could use or I thought was cool because the manager didn't do any magic. And so she had no clue. And I had the influence on what to order. Also, I would get the phone calls that comes in looking for magicians. And I remember specifically my first public performance was, I think it was a Marriott or a Holiday Inn down the street at Fisherman's Wharf. They called, they said, hello, we have a place called Illusions Magic Bar and Lounge. We're looking for a magician. Do you know of anyone? I said, yes, I do. I'll send her right down. And I showed up.
That's fabulous.
Oh my God. Oh God, it was the best gig. I would get off my job at the magic shop, walk over to the hotel, do my close-up, and then go home. It was the best gig ever.
Do you remember what your set consisted of at that point?
Oh, probably sponge balls and what else? It would have been card tricks, definitely card tricks, packet tricks, things that I sold because I was still rather new, 4 years into my weekend job because I was still going through college. So I was juggling everything. Probably the hot rod. Come on, everybody needs a hot rod.
Yeah.
Oh, scotch and soda.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Scotch and soda, sure. These are classics of magic. If you're listening and you're not a magician, these are classics of magic she's talking about. Jade, are you primarily then self-taught, or did you find a mentor, or was there another magician that you, learned some things from, or is this just all you?
When I started, of course, there were people that had to show me how the cups and balls and a hot rod and linking rings, all those things worked. I think the handling was probably me. I don't, because I had taken dance, I like grace. I like movements to be graceful and flowy. And so my hand motions were always like that. Speaking of which, an old ex-manager of the magic shop that I worked at had seen me at a magic exhibition. What was it? I was doing the light and heavy chess. It was magic as science. And they didn't see my face, but they saw my hands. My friend Richard, that was the ex-manager at the magic shop, he said, I saw your hands. I knew it was you. And I thought, what? And he tracked me down. We had lost touch. He moved from San Francisco to LA and blah, blah, blah. And he tracked me down with the exhibit manager and got a hold of me. And so that one phrase when he says, I could tell your hands from anywhere. And I thought, well, that's interesting. I never thought about that. So I'm sure in the beginning, there were learning curves. I think I still do my sponge balls the same way that my friend Malcolm Lee, who was the manager at the time, had taught me how to do the sponge balls, and I still do it that way. And the linking rings that I do now, which I absolutely love doing because I think I present it in a way that's different from most guys, and that it's very slow and that's graceful. It's kind of like a ballet with the rings. That I started using it, performing it when I was working in the magic shop. So that's been a long, long, long time because I'm not 18 anymore. So
which of us
got a
is?
history. Yeah, right.
Our listeners will have just heard the short story, the Crazy Man's Handcuffs, in which Eli is pestered by a guest at an event he's doing Strolling Magic at. It sounds like your first gigs were Strolling Magic.
Yeah.
How has your set changed since then? What do you like to do now?
So you got to realize as a woman, right? We don't have pockets. We are limited to what I can fit in my little evening purse.
Mm-hmm.
And so in it, I have a marker. I have a regular deck that allows me to do Aussie Winds double exposure. I have coins across, with the special coins, cards to be destroyed with for card warp. Oh, also with the regular deck, you can do the Kundalini Rising, which is super fun, and billets for the billet tear.
So you are really compact in what you're taking out onto the floor.
Yeah, it has to fit tightly. Yeah, I have nowhere else to put it.
And I don't think lay people would even think about the differences of what's available to you under those circumstances, as opposed to the traditional guy walking around who might be wearing a sport coat and might have, 4 pockets in his pants and 4 pockets or more in the coat, and just an endless supply of things. And you really have to economize it. You must be very good at packing to travel as well.
You betcha, baby. I have to conserve on space and realize that some things have to do double duty, or just the things that what will hit the hardest and leave the strongest impression in the shortest amount of time. That's all I've got. And also realizing I'm in an evening gown with no pockets, and I can't dump anything because I have no pockets.
Yeah.
Do you, as you walk around magic, is so fascinating to me, because I think as a performer, the biggest thing is establishing that rapport with an audience and then riding that wave for an hour or an hour and a half or whatever it's going to be. But in walk around magic, you're having to constantly establish that rapport with a different group of people. Do you have a unique way of introducing yourself to each small group?
First, let me explain that I have to do like a mental gymnastic in my head when I go to do a walk around gig. I'm there. When I get in, I meet the event planner. La la la, great to be here. Blah blah blah. Okay, who are your important people? Good. Now, I then in my head because you got to realize a shy person is always a shy person. So inside of me, I'm still working. It's work. I'm not, it's hard. It takes energy for me to be outgoing. So in my head, I say, oh, these are my old friends I haven't seen in a long time. I'm so glad Joe is here. And there's John. Oh my God. Okay. All right, let's go. I'm going to go say hi. That's my mental gymnastics. I go there and I say, Joe, hi, how are you? Has the magician been by? And they say, what magician? Oh, well then, let me tell you, my name is Jade, and I am the magician for the evening. And there I go into it.
And you're
fantastic. That's fantastic. Recasting in your own mind. I've never heard of that. So that's fantastic for me to use as the mental gymnastics of that. I'm intrigued by that.
I don't know how anybody else does it, because for me it's genuine. I haven't seen them in a long time. So obviously at the theater, role playing, I can do that. Yeah. So I tap into that and play the part. I'm the part.
That's very smart. I know in I believe Scott Wells told me about a guy who, because when Eli does close-up magic, he's doing basically the walk-around set that Scott Wells gave me, because I'm not a magician. And I said, what do you do? And Scott Wells gave me 3 or 4 things. And he said, these are what I do, and I do them in this order, and it keeps things up around my face, so they're not looking down, doing all that sort of thing. But he said he had a friend who would go up to each group and say, hello, I'm Dave. I'm a professional interrupter. How am I doing? And that would get a laugh, and then he'd go into it. But the one that Scott told me that Eli uses throughout all 8 books, anytime he's in a close-up situation, is what he was told by his Uncle Harry, which is find the name of the most important person in the room and then go up to the group and say, yes, your president, Felicia, she's asked me to go around and entertain. Do you mind if I do something for you? Because as soon as you mention the boss's name, they're going to say yes. You're going to say yes, and you're in. But your idea of creating a mental image of these are old friends and I'm so glad to see them again is really clever, and really, I can imagine it produces in your brain the chemicals you need to go see your friends.
Yeah, I'm excited. I want to be here, and I'm glad to see them. 20 years might have passed. So they look different now. You know, it
Yeah.
works.
Yes, our friend Suzanne, who does a lot of strolling magic and who I've gotten to watch on a number of occasions. What amazes me about her is she is not I think Jim would agree, a naturally outgoing person. She makes that work, but she's a very introspective person. But I've seen her, particularly at one gig where she was not feeling well at all. When it came time to do it, a switch flipped and it was Suzanne, and she was alive and in there and doing it, and then she'd step away. And Jim, I'm sure you've run into that as well, performing, where something just clicks in and you can make it happen even at the worst of times.
Yeah, see, I agree with that, and I'm that's why I'm so intrigued by this idea of recasting the audience in my mind as something other than an audience. That's just a really clever mental trick that I'm going to absolutely make use of. That's brilliant. And as a performer myself, those kinds of things that that a professional like you has come up with are absolutely invaluable. I think that's just so cool. If nothing else comes from this interview, I've gotten what I came for already.
But stick around, Jim, because there's going to be more.
I forget who Stephen Wright, I think. Some of these are individual jokes, and when you've heard yours, feel free to leave. I think I've gotten all I need right now, but I'm going to stick around anyway.
Jade, I should let you know that Jim, I believe one of our last episodes proclaimed at the end that he no longer cared if anyone was listening because he was enjoying it so much it didn't matter if we had an audience or not.
That's exactly my point. This is all about me. I'm sorry to make it that way.
Oh,
That's the way
Jim,
it is.
it is all about you. It is.
Thank you.
Anyway, so let me ask this. You've got a small group in front of you. Things are going really, really well. This is a small group that is really into it. Do you have anything that you can't slip it into your back pocket, but something you've got just in case you want to add one more thing to make them delighted?
I think the one last thing I take out, I think for me, usually this is what I leave the audience with if I really want to knock their socks off. And that's when I do the billet tear. So basically, I have a blank piece of card, size of a business card. And you can even do it with your own business card if you have space for the people to write. Name of somebody that's very dear to them, or a name of somebody that they're thinking of. They write it down. They fold it up, give it back to you, and you say, well, we don't really need these. I just needed you to focus your attention on one name. Oftentimes when I ask somebody to think of a name, multiple names pop up, could be 3 or 4, but now that you've written it down, you've committed yourself to memorizing and concentrating on just that one name. So now we don't need it. So I proceed to tear up the pieces, and I have them hold on to the pieces and concentrate. And now I make a connection. I said, well, I know that I can sense that there's a kind of connection between you and I can see in your eyes that the person that you're thinking of is a woman. And the name is rather long. I don't know, maybe like 7 or 8 letters long, so forth. And you do a revelation that at the end, it's exactly what they're thinking of or have written down.
That would blow them away.
Right, because then at the end, before I do the reveal, I put on my business card the name that they're thinking of, and I hand it to them. I said, don't look at it, but I take back the loose pieces, and I said, what was the name you were thinking of? And they say the name, Elizabeth. And I said, take a look at the card, and when they flip it over, I've written Elizabeth. Now they've got my card and the name, and now they remember, okay, They need a magician. Who do they call?
I happen to have a card.
Yeah.
Very clever. Yeah. Very clever. And now, is that your out for every group, or is that an out if if they're a special group or they're really into what you're doing and they've been a good audience?
Yeah, it just depends on the mood. Sometimes they want to get back to their own conversations. So maybe I do 1 or 2 and then I leave. I just go by the sense of, do they want me to stay or do they want me to go? And how many more people do I need to entertain? Because I only have an hour and a half or 2 hours, and there's 1,000 people. If it's 1,000 people, I can only do 1 or 2 effects and move on to the next. So it kind of depends. Depends on who looks important. The really important ones, I want to leave my name card with.
That's
That's
smart.
what I want.
It's just smart. It's been smart straight across the board here. Are there advantages to doing corporate walk around? I have never done it. So what are the advantages to being able to sort of jump in and jump out?
Well, for example, you kind of live in a couple different camps because you have, a full illusion stage show, and you have a character within that show, and you have that. And then you also have a really solid career doing this, which is strolling. Is there a reason why you prefer to stroll as opposed to stage?
You know what? I have to say, when I do close-up or strolling magic, the impact, it's much stronger than when I'm on stage. Because I can see their faces. I can see the moment they're awestruck by what the hell just happened. Yeah.
It's powerful when magic is in front of your face like that, and it's good. It is akin to a religious experience. You get that awe that can be created by a great magician right there at a small table or standing around is as close to a religious experience, I think, as we can get without actually having one.
Exactly. Yes. Close to creating a miracle right before your eyes. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
right.
I agree.
So, like the story we've just heard of the crazy man's handcuffs, have you ever had someone follow you from group to group to keep watching what you're doing? Because I am guilty of that. Just because I have such an interest in magic. I don't think I've been quite as creepy or as weird as the guy in the story. But has that happened to you in the past, where you get a tag along?
Yes. Usually they're younger kids, teenagers, younger kids, because there's nothing else happening and all the adults are talking. It's so boring. I'm going to follow the magician. And oftentimes I would make them my helper. Now they're with me, not against me, and not to try to spy out, how the tricks are done. And obviously, if they love magic, that's why they're following me. Why not make them so they're a part of what I'm doing, and we're all going to have fun.
That's so smart to include them on your side of the fence there.
I'm taking notes. I'm taking notes straight across the board here. This is just great.
It reminds me when we talked to David Williamson last season, and he kind of credits his career as a magician to the fact that when a magician came to school, I think he was in 3rd grade, and the teacher saw that he was interested. She said, "Why don't you go be his helper?" And the magician said, "Yes, help me unload the van, help me get set up, and then when we're done, I'll show you some tricks." And he showed us some tricks, and he immediately put him on his side. And then, of course, David went on to have the career that David's had. So that idea of taking this shadow who's following you and making them part of the show is really smart. Have you, on the other side of that, have you had people Google what you're doing as you're doing it or right after? And
No, that would be so absolutely rude. My God. I've never seen anybody do that. I think in my entire life, they've been present, because if they're alone, they don't dare to do it.
Mhm.
But when they're in a group, they're with their friends and they're just being there present and enjoying the moment together. And so I've never had somebody do that. That would be so absolutely rude. Please, if your listeners are listening, do not do that. Cut it out.
Listeners to this podcast would never do that, because they're the
very
best. They're the best people. But what about when you have, let's say, a group of 6 people and one of them is just not into it? How do you make all that? How do you balance that?
Well, if they're not into it, or they trying to distract the other by, if they're just keeping to themselves, then I can't force them. But if I have 5 people that are still interested, that's fine. The 6th one can go get a drink. I'm good with that.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this. We discussed this a couple episodes ago with Larry Haas, because we were talking about Eugene Berger. And Jim and I had the experience of having Eugene in town and being at dinner with him at a restaurant. And someone who worked at the restaurant came over, because Jim knew him, and sat down, and Eugene did one of his mind-blowing tricks. And the guy became visibly angry at being fooled, to the point where it's like, do we need to restrain him? And
What?
Larry has had that happen a couple times. Has that ever happened to you, where in a walk-around situation, you get one of these people for whom magic is not just a puzzle, but it is a challenge that must be surmounted?
Thank God, no. But I wonder a lot of times, do they see me as a woman and therefore less intimidating?
Oh, interesting. Because I got to think there's probably a flip side to that coin too for you as a performer of magic. Do you ever encounter sort of a disconnect from an audience who can't quite wrap their head around the fact that you are a brilliant magician, or do they just go with it?
They usually go with it. Once I start strong, and then they're sucked in. Like, they know I have powers, they just can't figure it out. And usually they just give up and enjoy the moment.
Do you ever combine? So if you've been hired to do a stage show, do you ever do some walk around before that in an effort to sort of, I don't know, break the ice and warm up the audience?
I think there's a definite benefit to doing that, so that the audience is already on my side. Oftentimes when I'm up on stage and I need an audience and I come out cold, they're more reluctant to raise their hand to come up and help me. But if I've already met them in the cocktail hour beforehand, they're like, oh yeah, that's Jade. Hey, we want to come up. That makes it much easier and more approachable. Even though I'm approachable looking on stage, they still don't know who I am.
Yeah.
Right. And they also don't know your personality and that you're not there to make fun of them.
Correct.
But and that's probably the scariest thing is, oh, she's going to make fun of me.
Yeah, she's gonna make you look like a chump, and I think that I think that is part of what a magician has to overcome. Right? Is the magicians that they've seen who bring somebody up on stage and makes them a prop or the butt of their jokes and turns them back into the audience. I think there's a natural reticence to getting up on stage if you're a member of the audience. I think that's doubled or tripled if the performer is a magician, because we have all been there when audience members are made to look stupid.
You know what? I have to say, oftentimes that is absolutely correct. Again, you have to put yourself in the audience's position, and they see a woman up on stage, petite sized. Okay, maybe you can't tell I'm only 5'4", but I'm less intimidating than a 6 foot tall man trying to do magic on an audience member. I already come off as not intimidating, so no reason for them to have to put up a fight, I think. And when I start talking, then they know I'm just chill. I'm good, I think.
That's great. Is there? I hesitate to use the word secret, but that's, I guess, what I'm asking. Is there a secret to a really strong walk around set?
Or if I rephrase it, what's the secret to being successful as a strolling magician?
Better.
At the end of the day, okay, if you look at Williamson, he doesn't really need any tricks. It's just Williamson. He's the weapon, right?
Yeah,
right.
He's a weapon, all right. We got to deploy Williamson.
Oh, yes. So I think the answer to your question is, as my material rotates, whatever I'm more inclined to do, what I think is fascinating or something I want to perfect, or to get the nuance to be even stronger so that the impact is even more better felt by the audience. It just depends. What are you wanting them to remember? Do you want them to remember there was a moment of mystery and this woman came, she did this amazing stuff, I have no idea what happened, was that real? And then she left. Or do they want me to be the one that says, oh yeah, she had these coins and then they just like went from hand to hand and then it appeared in my hand. I was squeezing it and I swear to you there were only 2, but when I opened my hand there were 3. I don't know what happened, how. So I think, you know what, now as I'm explaining this to you, I think I want to leave them with a sense of wonder. Really, I do believe that there are so many things that we don't know. We don't know a lot of things, and that's kind of the magic I try to portray, that the mystery is all around us. And sometimes if you just pause, take a moment to pause and take a look, the magic is right there before your eyes.
David Kaye, aka Silly Billy, on Kids Magic.
So what led you to go down that path to be a kids show magician?
Well, I actually never set out to do that specifically. It was more of an accident. After college, I got a job, which I didn't like at all. And so I quit and started street performing in New York City where I live. And I doubled my salary by going street performing. So that was a big deal. But as I'm street performing, people ask me if I did magic shows for kids. And I didn't, but I said yes, that's what you're supposed to do. You say yes. And then I went to the magic shop and I asked the guy, what do I need? And the guy sold me some tricks. And I did my first kid show, and then I did my second. And I think I must have been really good because one show kept leading to another. And the more street performing I did, the more that also led to more shows. And eventually I did so many shows, I stopped street performing and I was just doing shows full time.
Is there there's got to be a big difference between performing for adults and performing for kids. Just talk about the difference there for us.
Yeah. Well, we have to understand that children's brains are different from adult brains. And because of that, they experience magic differently. I've never sort of laid out what the differences are, but I can tell you two things. The first is a magician is a magician because he can break a rule of nature. He can make something float, he can make something disappear, and in the real world, you can't do that. But for a child doesn't know the rules of nature. And so you have to do magic tricks and plots for the tricks that relate to the universe of the child. So, if you do a sort of a multi-phase rope routine, that's not very interesting to kids because they don't necessarily have a lot of experience with rope. And actually a better example is cards, because kids don't know anything about playing cards. They don't know that there's 4 suits. They don't know how many cards are in a deck of cards. They just don't know. So you have to do magic for kids with objects and plots that relate to their lives. So that's why this trick, the coloring book, is so popular, because kids in the world of a child, coloring book is a thing. And kids know that you can't make the coloring book colored in unless you use magic to color it in. So the first thing is, if you're going to break a law of nature, it has to be a law of nature that children understand and know about. And the second thing is, so much of a child's life is magic, especially younger kids, 3, 4, 5, even 6s. A microwave oven, a cell phone, a television. There's so many things in life that are magical. And so if everything is magic, then nothing is magic. So if nothing is magic, then if I take a rope and cut it and put it together, if nothing is magic, then that's no big deal. Because, maybe you use the self-adhering rope that maybe does exist, but I didn't know about it, but maybe there is something like that. So I assume that's what you did, what you used. You used Velcro. In fact, if you did a cut and restored rope trick for kids, they might even yell out Velcro. You used Velcro or magnets. So the mistake that magicians make when they perform magic for kids is they do the trick ends, big finale, and the kids think, well, so what? Because like I said, everything is magic, so nothing is magic. So the key to doing a magic show for kids is to de-emphasize the effect and emphasize the routine. Kids much prefer to laugh and point and scream and get involved during the routine. They enjoy that part more than the effect at the end of the routine, the climax of the routine. And I teach this by saying that it's not the destination, it's the journey. So every trick has a beginning and an end. And if you separate the beginning from the end, you put in a long middle, and the middle is the part that the kids enjoy the most. The middle is where the kids are laughing and pointing and getting excited and answering questions and interacting with the magician. And that's the fun stuff that they really, really enjoy. And then the plot resolves itself with an effect of some kind, and that's the end of the trick. But the mistake that adult performers make is the climax of the trick is the whole point of the experience. And for kids, they don't care so much about that. And this is the mistake that magicians make when it comes to performing for kids, people who are not experienced with it.
Can we talk just a little bit about the differences even within the age groups of kids, like stuff that might work for a 6-year-old might not work for a 10-year-old, stuff that works for a 10-year-old might not be appropriate for a 6-year-old. You've
Yeah.
kind of got this laid out a little bit, haven't you?
Yes. This is another interesting difference between doing a magic show for adults and doing a magic show for kids. A professional children's magician does not do the same show for all age children. Let me rephrase that. You can't have a kid show like you would have an adult show. Like I have a show that I do for adults. This is my show. But you can't do that for kids. You can't just have one kid show. You need to change your show depending on the ages of the children in the audience. Now, there's something called family shows where it's going to be lots of kids of many ages and adults. And so that's one kind of show, because this show, you're going to have all ages. But if you do a school show, you're going to get a narrower range of ages in the audience. And if you do birthday parties, you get an even narrower range of ages. Because when I do a birthday party show for a 5-year-old, there's 20 kids in the audience and they're all 5. So that's going to be, in fact, easier for me because I'm going to do my 5-year-old show. Okay. So I divide kids into 3 age ranges: 3 to 6, 7 to 9, and 10 to 12. Older than 12, you do your adult show, because 13-year-old kids, well, because their brains are done growing and maturing for the most part, at least when it comes to magic. You don't, when I say adult show, I don't mean like dirty or blue or anything like that. It's just, the material is not for children. Okay, so 3 to 6, 7 to 9, and 10 to 12. 3 to 6-year-olds love silly stuff. Everything for this age range is silly. There's a lot of slapstick. There's a lot of seeming stupidity on my part. Like if I'm holding a red silk, I might call it a blue silk, and that makes me look dumb, but to children, that's hilarious. It just is. So, and of course, it's funny to them for a lot of reasons. One is that an adult would make a mistake like that because adults are sort of all powerful when you're a child. So for an adult to get it wrong, and for the child to correct an adult, is also a very exciting experience for a child. So slapstick, misnaming things, getting physical injury, getting hurt if I do a bit where I have this inflatable magic wand. It's an inflatable 2-foot long wand. The child holds it. I've got my hand wrapped around the kid's hand that's holding the wand, and we wave the wand together over a prop, and we say the magic words. And then at the end of the magic words, the kid hits me in the head. And it looks from the audience point of view that the kid on his own whacked me in the head with this inflatable wand. And boy, there is nothing funnier than physical injury, which is why all the Warner Brothers cartoons are about one character trying to kill the other character, whether it's Elmer Fudd and Bugs Bunny, or the Roadrunner and the Coyote, or Tom and Jerry. So there's a lot of physical injury. So when you get to 7 to 9, you got to slow down on the silly, because these kids are very, very excited that they're not young kids anymore. And so if you try to be very silly with 7 to 9-year-olds, they would feel that the show is beneath them. So you have to start slowing down on the silliness. There's still silliness involved, but you slow down on the silliness and you increase wordplay. 7 years old is when kids start getting interested in jokes and riddles. They're not jokes, they're all riddles, but kids call them jokes even though they're riddles. But wordplay, puns, it's really wonderful because it opens up a whole additional realm of comedy that you can do for the kids. So wordplay for the older kids, and you're going to slow down on the silliness. And then the older kids, 10 to 12, they are very proud that they're big kids. And as far as they're concerned, they're done growing up and they're not children anymore. And there's nothing you can do that will fool them or trick them. And so you do a trick, they will yell out what they think is the explanation, even though it's just impossible for the trick to be done via that method. They will insist that that's the method. And so you, as a performer, you have to, through the routine, you have to eliminate every possible method so that you can end with a magic trick that isn't followed by, oh, it's a magnet. I mean, sometimes they'll just yell out, it's a magnet. So I do a trick with a voodoo doll. It's a little 5-inch, 4-inch straw person. It lays flat on my wrist, on my palm, and then the thing tilts up and stands straight up on my palm. It used to be done with a pencil. Now that people do it with this voodoo doll, and I do this trick. And when I first did the trick, the kids would yell, "Strings! There's strings!" So then I bring up the kid and I say, "Check my fingers. Are there any strings or threads on my hands?" And they would say no. Then I do the trick. Then I did the trick again, and then they yelled out, "Magnets!" So then the next time I do the trick, I say, "Look at my hands. Are there any magnets or strings or threads?" And the kid says no. Then it raises up on my palm, and now I have a trick. So you have to, through the patter and the routine, you need to eliminate all the possible explanations so that when the trick is over, the kids are satisfied and recognize that they've seen a magic trick.
You know, in this chapter that we're going to hear after we're done chatting with you, Eli is about to perform for adults as well as kids. Talk about walking that line.
Yeah. Well, when there's adults, you've got two aspects to that. One is you've got adults watching in addition to the kids. And the second is you've got a wide range of ages of kids. And so a good performer should make jokes for the adults. And again, it doesn't mean like dirty jokes. It just means references that the adults get that the kids don't get, which I do constantly when I have that kind of a show. So you want to entertain the adults at their level, so you want, and when I do a show like that, parents often come up to me and say, "Do you do stand-up comedy?" And they ask that because I've been very funny to them, during the show. So that's a good sign when that happens. So you want to make jokes for the adults, jokes that are specific for the adults. And then you also want to do tricks that are great for all ages at the same time. And I have, my list of tricks that work for that audience. Sometimes you have to sacrifice the young kids. When you do a family show, you don't want to be too silly during your family show, because then the older kids will poo-poo you and think, well, this show is for babies, I'm not going to pay attention. So in a sense, you sometimes sacrifice the specific enjoyment of the 3s, 4s, and 5s for the sake of the group. You just can't be that silly. On the other hand, there are some tricks that have silly elements in them and very strong magic. So then they can be enjoyed by all ages at the same time at different levels.
Nice.
Fantastic. What Eli knows about children's magic and what his friend Nathan knows about children's magic, I got from you. And one of the things you've written about is the importance of making your character, Silly Billy,
the butt of the jokes and not the kids, because so frequently, even as a kid, I remember when you saw these sorts of shows, the kids look foolish, and you don't do that. Could you just talk a little bit about why that's important and how you came to that?
Well, now this is interesting because, in the old days, things were different. There's a very famous prop called a breakaway wand. So the magician has a magic wand, a 12-inch magic wand, hands it to the child helper, and the wand basically breaks. And in the old days, the magician would say, "What did you do?" Which now is a very old-fashioned reaction, and nobody who knows what they're doing would ever say that anymore. Because what you're doing by saying that is you are blaming the child for breaking one of your props, and done wrong could really upset the child. But times change, and this was in fact the way people used to do a lot of gags in their show. And there's actually a slew of props called breakaway props, and in the old days magicians would just do them in sequence, and the kid would have all these things and all this stuff would break. Now, I mentioned that silliness is very funny for 3 to 6-year-olds. So when a prop breaks, this is very funny to a child. But now, instead of blaming your helper, you should blame yourself. So that's one reason that I do it the way I do it. And you can blame yourself by saying, instead of saying, "What did you do?" by saying, "How did that happen?" Or "What happened here?" Or something along those lines. And you might even say, you might even take the blame for the mistake as well. But so number one, I'm doing this because you don't want to blame the child for ruining your show. Okay. And the second thing is, in classic comedy, there's a straight man, and then there's the clown character, the fall guy. In Abbott and Costello, you'd have that kind of a situation, and the audience is very comfortable with that. It's a classic theatrical formula. So anyway, if you've got a choice of who that fall guy is going to be, it should be the performer, because by today's standards, it seems reasonable. So yes, so the kid hits me in the head with that magic wand that I was talking about, and that's very funny. I wouldn't hit the kid in the head with the wand, but it's funny when I get hit in the head. It's funny when I have a prop and it breaks, or if I drop something on the floor, or if I make a mistake, like I try to do a trick and it fails. All of these things make me the butt of the jokes, and this is the right way to do it.
I haven't had the chance to see you do a full show with a kid audience, and I've actually really only seen, since I've started researching and writing these books, 2 performances like that. One with David Williamson, which I think was really more of a mixed group, and one with Chris Capehart.
Okay.
And in both instances, and I imagine this is true for you as well, the shows were terrific. But if you were looking at them through the viewpoint of audience management, their skills were phenomenal.
Yes.
At keeping the show going and not making it about audience management. But that was a constant underlying thing that group of kids was, and in particular with Capehart, it is honed to a perfection.
Yeah.
How have you developed your own sense of managing the audience without having it get in the way of the show?
Right. Well, I want my kind of show, I want the kids to be comfortable yelling stuff out at me. I want them to yell stuff out, say stuff, feel free to participate verbally. And so I try to create a sense of what some people call controlled chaos. And I know there's a line beyond which I'm going to be in trouble. But I do love bringing the kids, this is a figurative line, to that line, but not past it. Because it's really a fun show when the kids are animated and yelling stuff out and stuff. I like to get the kids excited, but I need to make sure they don't cross the line. So the way to do that is to seat them on the floor and not on a chair, because on a chair, they can go from seated to attack in less time than if they're seated on the floor. It takes a split second longer for the kids who are sitting on the floor to sort of ready, right? There's the ready position, which means they get up on one knee, and now then they're on their second knee, and now they're attacking. So it gives you a longer and in your show, in my show, I have to be very vigilant, and I'm scanning the audience constantly, looking for a kid who might be doing that, and then sort of pausing that and making sure they don't get up. That question even goes back to the idea of why adult magicians have so much trouble with kid shows, and that is because they have to deal with this situation as well, which they're not used to. You know, adult magicians, and I complain about this all the time. Adult magicians don't know how good they have it. The audience is seated in lovely, comfortable chairs. The magician is on a stage with a curtain and with lighting, and with a beautiful sound system, and that's a great show. The lights go down, and the adults stop talking automatically because they've been conditioned to do that, and then the show starts. When the lights go down on a children's show, the kids start screaming and hooting and hollering, and that just means to them it's time to start yelling out at the theater. So kid shows, not only do we have the psychology involved with dealing with kids, but we also often have a physical situation to deal with. The size of the room, the layout of the chairs, the lighting, there's distractions in a kid show. There's a ton of problems that you have to deal with when you're a children's magician that you don't happen when you're a magician for adults.
Morgan and West on mentalism.
We've often said actually before that there's a quote from Teller that's where he says that he believes he's a successful magician because he thinks like a movie editor, and we like to consider that we think we're successful magicians because we think like scientists.
Yep, I think that's true. So, in your mind, what makes for a good mentalism routine?
I think the most important thing is a connection with the audience, and that doesn't just go for mentalism; it goes for magic as well. And the problem I think often you get with mentalism routines is that it's even more of a superpower than magic is. Magic is quite the superpower because you're doing something impossible, whereas mentalism is even more so because there is no possible physical cause of it. You can't, so, you know, I wave this magic wand, or I snap my fingers, or I sprinkle this fairy dust. You know, it's always, I have this incredible power, and often skill. These days, it's often presented as skill, and that can be quite alienating for an audience. And so you have to really work very hard to make it relatable.
In point as well, that the mistake that a lot of magicians make is that thinking that connection with the audience means connection with the person whose mind you're reading.
Precisely.
Whereas we mean connection with the entire audience who are watching, not just with the person who you've pretended to hypnotize and are now telling them the name of the first person they kissed.
Because mentalism is so small, it's even smaller than a coin vanish, because it's infinitesimally small, it's in someone's mind. And you have to work very, very hard to include everyone in what's going on, be that by showing your process, be it real or fake process, whatever that process is, or by when you're asking someone on stage with you, your volunteer to think of something, giving the opportunity of everyone to also have a connection to the thing. So rather than saying, I'd like you to think of the first person that you kissed, like Rob was just sort of said, because that's a very personal thing. And it doesn't immediately cause everyone else to think about the first person that they've kissed for a whole plethora of reasons. Whereas if you say to someone, I want you to think about the supermarket that you prefer to shop at, then everyone sort of instantly has an opinion. It's a very relatable thing. It's a very instantaneous reaction to that. It just makes it more connected, I think, if you're a bit more careful about what you choose as your subject.
It's just more interesting for an audience as well, in that if you reveal a name or a number, or, I mean, you know, let's say the number of someone's bank card or something, or the serial number of a dollar bill, no one cares what the answer is. I mean, they care if you get it right or not, but also they kind of know you're going to get it right. But no one cares what the answer is. Whereas if you can do a piece of mentalism where the information you're revealing, if it is a piece of monitoring, it is personal to person, but also the rest of the audience care about it. So we talk in the book Politics that we wrote about, I think, musical artists, and saying like what your favorite musical recording artist is. Not only do people know who the Beatles are or know who the Stones are in terms of like, oh, saying that, but that answer says something about you as a person when giving it. So it makes the audience member part of the sort of the story of the trick, where you get someone up and they want to think of where they shop, or what they would order in a cocktail bar, or what music they listen to. Those things are the kind of things that people kind of would use as getting to know you questions with someone. You know, that sounded like if you met a stranger and went, oh, okay, what's your favorite movie trilogy of all time? And what was the last book you read? And so like, those are things that say something about you. Whereas just saying, think of the name of someone close to you. No one in the audience cares whether that name is Sarah or John or
it's too personal.
Whatever. It's too personal.
It's too close.
How did you come to figure that out?
We did a magic trick about biscuits.
Yeah. As in cookies rather than
cookies.
Yeah. Honestly, a lot of our, like a lot of good science, a lot of our ideas come from accidents that we then pull apart and analyze and try and work out why we think they exist as the way they do. So we started out by doing a piece of mentalism about biscuits because we thought it was a fun idea. And then after thinking about it a while, sort of realized, oh, it really hits an audience. And I've now done it in front of a lot of different audiences. And here's, I think, the reasons why it hits and why the reasons that other things don't hit, and talking to other people about it. And
I think our earlier work, we did do the whole think of someone close to you, think of a beloved family member, think of this stuff.
Yeah,
all the sort of really trite stuff, which we have a shorthand as being like, it was very meaningful because it's someone you cared about. And I think the more that we did that and we saw other people doing that, the more we realized that the magician on stage or the mentalist on stage is there going, God, look, I'm bloody amazing because I'm making these people think about people they love, and that's making this a very emotive experience for them. But for the audience, you're just going, you're just guessing names correctly. Like, just thinking about the name of the first person you kissed or whatever isn't an inherently emotional experience, because most people don't care about that person, but it sounds emotive to mentalists, and they like it because it makes them feel like, oh, I'm doing art. Whereas
it's meaningful with a capital M in the way that Sam the Eagle talks about business with a capital B in Muppets Christmas Carol. It's that kind of level of, sort of like
it's meaningful. Like meaningful. We often say, I think, a lot of bad mentalism is done by people taking themselves too seriously because they have these amazing powers and they're incredibly smart and everything, but also not taking the work seriously enough in that their methods are a bit clumsy or their staging's lazy. Or so you go, this could be a much better trick. Like you think it's this really grand, powerful, emotive thing, and it's just you guessing a name with 8 minutes of admin leading up to it.
And for something like that to really hit, if you are going to do something really powerful and really emotive, everything has to be perfect around it. Yeah. Just because it's so much harder to be, it's so much harder in many ways to do a really good Hamlet than it is to do a really fun bit of nonsense on stage.
Yeah.
Because people have to buy into it in a different way, not more, because I think you have to, as an audience, you buy into a very silly performance in the same depth that you buy into a very serious performance. Just as much easier to be taken out of a serious performance than it is to be taken out of a silly one.
And I think that's often the problem as well, is that you'll see people online or on stage doing mentalism performances, especially, where they'll be like, I want you to think about the name of a loved one you've lost, and it's very important. But 5 minutes earlier, they're making dick jokes. Or or doing bits of business with the audience and going, this is not the tone of the show you've set out. You're just doing this because you think it's shorthand, or it's like a shortcut to meaningfulness.
There are people who have a problem with mixing mentalism with quote unquote magic for that exact reason, that you're doing something quite silly and then the next moment you're talking to their dead grandmother. Why don't you see an issue with that? Because you mix both, certainly in the Parlor Tricks book you did.
Yeah, it's about the tone, and also we do inherently believe that audiences know mind reading is fake.
Yeah.
As in the vast, not all of them. Like there are performers I've seen, and Darren Brown is one of them, and Luke Jamay is one of them. I've seen performers that do shows that are so convincing or presented in such a way that some of the audience, only a small number, but a small number of the audience do believe that person has real psychic powers.
I mean, heck, even when we saw Luke Jamay for the first time, it was at a magic convention. So we'd been doing magic for 4 years at this point, 3 or 4 years, and we saw him live for the first time. And I remember we both looked at each other after the show and went,
I guess he's just psychic, because what the hell
that could be real. That could be real. I do not know how he did 99% of that stuff, that could be real. And it was convincing.
And so all the mentalists that will tell you anecdotal stories about how someone came up to them and asked them for a private reading and someone came to them and do this, we're like, yeah, but those are the same people that go and see mediums, that go and see... Those people are so primed to believe. It's not actually a great marker of skill that some person who doesn't believe in coronavirus and who does believe in the government implanting chips in you also believes that you can read minds. But I think deep down, most audiences know it's all nonsense. So there is no one in the audience goes, wait a second, I thought he really was divining who wrote each thing based on their signature. But actually, now that he's doing hippity hop rabbits, I don't believe it.
The important thing is that difference of tone. It's the whiplash and audience experiences from a tonal difference rather than inherently the difference between magic and mentalism. You know, it's the same in film. You can have... There are two films that came out in a very similar period of time that I have quite strong opinions about, and they're very similar films. One is Shaun of the Dead, which is a rom-com zong, and one is Severance, which is a comedy horror. And I really like Shaun of the Dead because I think it does a very good job of blending the comedy and the horror. And I really don't like Severance because I think Severance, some bits are really good horror, some bits are really good comedy, and they very rarely blend. And I find I get whiplash when I'm watching it because it goes, that bit's comedy, that bit's horror, and I just never know what I'm supposed to be settling into as a rhythm.
Yeah, you get it quite a lot, I think, in modern TV shows that try and add like a zany element to it, where there'll be a bank robbery or a thing or a war, and someone's kind of making quips. And it's like, but it doesn't quite fit because it's not a quippy film or not a quippy show. They just think it would be funny if someone said something like, I mean, it's not quite the same, but I remember in episode 1 of Star Wars in Phantom Menace, there's a bit where they're doing the pod racing and it's all very tense, and it cuts to Anakin and he goes, "Whoa, this is tense." And
yes.
It's like, I mean, it was until you said that, and now it's very silly.
And that's the best scene in that film. So, that's the best 10 minutes in that film. So what are you going to do?
And it's the same whiplash of going, here's a very serious thing, here's a silly joke or a bit of business, here's,
It's because the audience then don't know what's coming next. They don't know how to interact, how to engage with what's coming next.
Well, with this idea that you have that hardly anyone in the audience is really believing this, they're going along with you on it. Why is it also important then to add sort of make the characters a little fallible? How does that help sell something that's already pretend?
I think the making of a good hero is overcoming something. And if you're going to overcome something, you need to have failings. So, I mean,
you know this yourself, John. You write. You've written 7 books with this character, and you know that if this character if you've got a character that can do everything, you run out of things to do with them super quickly.
I mean, look at, especially the crime genre. Look at Sherlock Holmes. One of the reasons Sherlock Holmes is a bit dull is that Sherlock stands up, looks at someone, and immediately goes, "Well, obviously it's this," and is right, and it's a bit dull.
We want to see reflection of self. None of us are perfect in any way, shape, or form, and the ones that think they are definitely aren't. And so we want to see a reflection of self in what we do. And occasionally it's fun to have the infallible character, but even then it gets dull quickly. Like, by the time we hit second Iron Man film, we've got to bring in all the plot lines about Tony Stark's drinking problem. Otherwise it's just dull. And it's why no Superman other than Christopher Reeve is interesting.
Can you pinpoint a point in the act where you purposely added in some fallibility?
I think the first time we actively wrote a trick that was inherently fallible in itself is, I think, a trick that you've seen, because I think we did it at the first Magi Fest, a trick involving the Harry Potter books, where it seems like things have gone completely wrong. And it's essentially what is known in magic as the genre of sucker tricks, where the Magician in Trouble plot, because the Magician in Trouble plot is a very popular plot because it works very, very well because it creates that fallibility. But the difference with this one was we use time travel to go and fix things. It feels like it genuinely goes wrong, and we use time travel to go and fix things. And I think that was the start of the journey of really sort of, and that was our second Edinburgh show, I think. So that was 2010 we wrote this trick. That was the start of the journey of working out, right, okay, we need to make sure we can't be all powerful, because the show before that, Bamboozlement, there were foibles in what was going on, but at no point was it sort of truly fallible, I would say.
I would say the one thing in our first show that sort of led to a lot of the material we made later was we did a cups and balls with teacups and sugar cubes. And inherent within the presentation of that was an argument between Reese and myself.
Yeah.
And while that's not, fallibility doesn't need to be, sometimes you do your trick wrong. it just needs to be something about you that's some sort of negative thing. And it might, and one of the ones we use a lot is we are essentially bickering.
Which we get an advantage of as a double act, because it's very hard to bicker with yourself on stage.
Very hard to bicker with yourself. But the other thing that is the perfect sort of fallibility or vulnerability to give to a stage performer is looking stupid. So there's a trick at the end of our show, Politics, called The Miraculous Escape of Mr. West, and it's me escaping from a cloth bag. So it's in no way dangerous or anything. And one of the things is that when I get out of the bag the second time, or maybe the third time, I deliberately mess up my hair, because the character of Mr. West is a very vain character and is meant to be very vain and in control. And the build up to the trick is the fact that Mr. West doesn't like doing the trick because it's embarrassing and sort of demeaning. And the point is, if you're going to set up the idea that the trick is demeaning, that Mr. West doesn't know the trick is demeaning, the trick has to be demeaning. It doesn't need to be like awful, but just having to laboriously climb into a bag and then obviously do some sort of dodgy stuff behind a curtain and then come out, my hair's all a mess. And I think the reason magicians and a lot of mentalists don't have fallibility in that is because they're desperately trying to look cool and smart at all times. Whereas if you do look stupid or you do something that makes you look like a fool, the audience don't think less of you because they know it's an act. They know you did it on purpose, whether it's doing something wrong in the act or just doing something where the trick works but you look like an idiot. And it's just it warms you to the audience much more.
You've talked in the past about preferring the idea of having an impossible skill over mentalism. And I think there are audiences of yours who would walk out after at least seeing the parlor trick show and go, no, they didn't do any mentalism. There was no mentalism in that show. There's a lot of impossible skills. And I think intrasensory perception is the perfect example of that, where in other hands, it would feel like mentalism. But you kind of said, no, we're not mentalists. This is just a skill. How did you come to that, and why do you think that works better than saying, quote unquote, I'm reading minds?
In 2011, we tried to write an entirely mentalism-based show, and it was only an hour long. It was called Crime Solving Magicians. And in fact, we rewatched it on our YouTube channel very recently. And we very quickly realized when writing that show that if you limit yourself to the idea of mind reading, you are limiting yourself to one plot.
Yeah.
And
you have to work so hard.
I can read minds.
Which is why most mentalists can not only read minds, but also predict the future, but also influence events, even if those events are random. Like one of our sort of pet peeves with a mentalist is watching someone say, oh, but I influenced you to make all these decisions, where one of the decisions was rolling a dice or something like that. And you go, well, you didn't influence that, did you? Because that was random. That person doesn't know how to fake a dice roll.
Yeah.
And it's that thing of, whereas we just didn't have enough ideas. And I think mentalism, once you go, okay, I've read your mind, okay, I've predicted something, okay, I've influenced you something, I guess I'll read your mind again. Whereas if you reskin a mentalism routine as any other method, like any other thing other than I'm a telepath, be it, like Max Somerset, a British magician, years ago on a TV special, did a bit of tasting the bottom of someone's shoe and telling them where they were from.
They got off a train. They were coming off a train, and you tell them what stop on the train they got on at.
And by tasting their shoes.
And that's all it is finding things that are overt demonstrations of method. Because also, once you've kind of furrowed your brow and held your temples once, that's fine. But it's not 70, 80, 100 years ago where people thought that maybe they were genuinely reading minds. I think it does also hark back to that, really. And even though whenever we present things, so intrasensory perception, like you talked about, it's all about our five senses. And it's all done in a very silly way, because the other thing we like to do with these fake skill mentalism pieces is tip to people. I mean, I think in intrasensory perception, there is a line that says, this is literally nonsense,
Yeah.
We like to tip to people by making it so impossible with the skill that we're using that clearly it's not that either. But it's a nice, just sort of, it's a nice peg to hang the trick on, because people don't believe in telepathy, and we don't want people to believe either that I can tell the serial number on a banknote by licking the banknote. It's just window dressing. It's just fun, interesting window dressing.
And one of the things we say to magicians a lot is that you can improve your act without ever improving the magic, just by dressing things up differently and performing it differently. And usually what a demonstration of possible skill is something to do while the admin of the trick is going on. Because basically it is, they think of a thing, you find out what it is, and you pretend you knew it in advance, or you found out by telepathy, is every mind reading trick. And the presentation of impossible skill is going, well, okay, I'm going to do something, and it can be anything, so I can make it as interesting as I want, where that allows me to find out the thing they've thought of. So that mentalism goes from looking like someone on stage holding a pad correctly guessing things, and maybe looking at you and going, that becomes Reese with a tube up their nose, having someone blow down it, or Reese blindfolded with handkerchiefs in their ears, feeling someone's palm to tell them, and feeling the calluses on their fingers to tell them what job they do. It's that thing going, if you think of a magic show as, well, we've got all these sort of reveals we're going to do, and then we've got the admin of how we actually get the information, but then in between those 2 points, we've got to do just something.
It's the click of the fingers. It's the woofle dust. It's the wave of the magic wand. It's all of those things. You got to keep it moving. You got to keep it up in the air and keep it different and interesting.
I think mentalists flatter themselves to think that the woofle dust and the magic wand is what makes magic lame. Whereas actually, if done properly, that stuff is what makes magic great. And there is no real difference to going, and now I tap my magic wand 3 times and we say, Izzy, Wizzy, let's get busy. And then the magic happens. There's no difference to that and telling someone to go ace 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 ace 2 3 4 5, or whatever. Those methods are as nonsense as one another, and really as interesting as one another by the time you've seen it once. And we've all seen those a million times. So isn't it the job of the mentalist, given that you can do anything there, to do something no one's done before?
Joe Diamond on mentalism.
Before we get started with our questions, of which we have a multitude, I understand you're going to do a little something for us at the end of this interview and tell us what our listeners need to have by then in order to partake from their homes.
Yes, you will. We are going to do a magic ritual to awaken the magician in all of us. You'll just need 10 cards. They can be playing cards, tarot cards, Uno cards, cards against humanity. They can even be index cards or business cards. If you're going to go that route, you'll need a pen or pencil as well to make a mark on one of them, but have those ready by the end of the episode.
I'm in. I'm completely in.
Joe, what's your magic origin story?
There's the story that, yes, overlaps with every other magician. I got a kit. I was right in the midst of that magic 90s boom of the world's greatest magic specials and the David Copperfield. My first Copperfield special was the 15 Years of Magic special, which was like his greatest hits. So I saw it all. I saw him go over Niagara Falls. I saw him make the Statue of Liberty disappear, walk through the Great Wall of China, and that special finished with flying. So it was all like the best stuff. That was like my first magic special. I had it on a tape, watched it with my cousins, and I like sequestered it away and watched it on repeat over and over and over again. That's very much the overlap of pretty much, everyone else. The areas where I differ, though, is I was into a lot of strange and unusual stuff as a kid. So the other side effect of being an early to mid 90s kid and an only child was Nick at Night. I watched Twilight Zone. I watched Alfred Hitchcock Presents. On AMC each year, I watched the 13 Nights of Halloween and watched all the Universal monster movies. I watched Psycho. I watched North by Northwest. I loved murder mysteries. By age like 5 to 10 is in this area of when I'm watching all this stuff.
Holy mackerel.
But in that range, like, you don't understand that you're watching old TV. You just know that after 8 o'clock, Nickelodeon becomes Nick at Night, and now you're watching the spookier Twilight Zone show. So I was into that weird stuff. I was at the end, I was into Ghostbusters, which sounds like, oh yeah, a lot of kids were into Ghostbusters. But again, this was the mid 90s, a good decade after the fact. I was at the end of all that. I was always into like stuff, I was into ghosts, time travel, UFOs, crop circles. And at the time, I didn't process this then, of course, but looking back on it, I kind of saw magic as my way to make all that stuff in those Twilight Zone episodes, those spooky movies, those Alfred Hitchcock stories. That was my way to kind of make that stuff real and put people through, because I didn't have a camera. I didn't know how to sit down and write a story with a twist ending, but I knew from the book how to have someone write down the name of their card on a piece of paper. We'd burn it, and I'd rub the ashes on my arm, and the writing would mysteriously appear on my arm when I was like 14, 15. And at the time, like, I didn't realize at the time, but the fact that we were doing this at night at my friend's house, you know, down by the water, and all that extra atmosphere, you know, just added to it. And again, I don't think none of that was conscious. It just kind of was the foundation of it all. And it just became the more I became conscious of it, the more I kind of sat down, was like, okay, this is the Twilight Zone episode. People are coming to, so I used to do a show in a house that was an art park for many years. There were painters, photographers, and I had a show on the second floor that sat 13 people. Everyone was like, "Oh, why 13 people?" Well, that's only how many people fit in there. But it was a good story. And I was like, okay, people are coming to this historic house. It's reportedly haunted, to see a mind reader. What's going to happen? Like, if this is what Twilight Zone episode, what would happen? It would start off charming, and as it went along, it would get a little, maybe, you know, darker. I can't go full evil by the end, but like maybe it can get darker, and it's like, oh wow, that was crazy at the end. That kind of got out of hand, didn't it? You know, and using that as a model, and even for the most cliche venue possible, doing, you know, a corporate mentalism gig. Okay, a corporation has hired a guy to come in to read our minds. What's that going to look like? And that could be a pretty interesting show, or that could be a pretty interesting story from that standpoint. So that's kind of been my guiding light, my kind of like you said, origin story, and kind of groundwork leading forward that I try to use in all my work.
So, Joe, when did you then sort of turn and start focusing on specifically mentalism or mental magic?
I'm going to invoke the great wise one, Juan Tamariz here, because I was just rereading his amazing book, The Magic Rainbow, which is like as thick as my head. And when he gets to mentalism in that book, he says something fascinating, because, you know, my whole life, people have always said, you know, the differences between magic and mentalism, and the differences between mentalism and mental magic. And Tamariz says something amazing in there, which he says, well, all magic is mentalism, because all magic takes place in the mind of the spectator. And with any kind of presentation, it could take on the feeling of mentalism. And he said he truly believes, he says he truly thinks any effect with the right presentation and right atmosphere could take on that route. I never, it wasn't a conscious choice. Like, even when I was 13, I was having people pick cards and just staring at them and telling them what card they were thinking of. Again, that was right at that point, the end of the 90s was when David Blaine hit. So the idea of doing a magic trick and then telling someone the card they were thinking of, or the word they were thinking of out of a book, wasn't that. The most popular magician on TV was doing that. So it wasn't super out of that realm to be doing that. Like, it was never a conscious choice of, okay, this is going to be a mentalism effect, followed by a bizarre effect, followed by this. Again, I had the idea in my mind of like, okay, I want magic. I want that mystery. I want my show to have that feeling of, you know, that otherworldliness, that kind of weird, kind of guttural response, while still feeling safe, again, like that, you know, Alfred Hitchcock Presents Twilight Zone feeling. And mentalism, for the most part, does that, or lends itself to that more than most other magic. I'm not saying it can't be done, because I've definitely done that. But at the time, when I was just gathering material and learning material, that was kind of the easiest or best way for me to find it at the time. And so it just eventually became that. Yeah.
So, Joe, was there a period at all where you were doing hippity hop rabbits or cups and balls or hot rod, or, you know, some of the more traditional?
Oh, sure. In fact, I would argue I still do a fair amount of fairly traditional magic in with my mentalism. Even though I'm known in my area as a mind reader, I still do a fair amount of quote unquote traditional magic that I can sell as mind reading or power of the mind or things like that. And there are also times where I'll do something totally different. Like I did a kids show for many years, and I eventually knew I had to just specialize. But I knew if I wanted to brand and develop a name for myself and develop the reputation, I knew I had to specialize. So I had to just start giving my kid show work to other people. So that's what I ended up doing. And I still look back on that kid show and I'm pretty happy with it. I had some really good routines. I had a routine where I dressed a kid up like Harry Potter, and we each did a silk routine where we tried to make our silks vanish, and mine vanished and his didn't. But then I pointed out that he made his or she made hers reappear inside theirs and pulled it out, or I'd pull it out of their sleeve. That was really fun. There was a sponge-ball routine in there, and I did restaurants for a long time where, yeah, I had some, I did sponge balls there. I did this is a funny story. I did a whole silk production routine because I didn't have any like livestock, so we just played music, and I had a screen that I'd made instead of buying a temple screen from Mac Magic. My dad and I made one out of duct tape because we had a book that showed how to make one. So I produced silks out of that, and then a mirror box we had made. And after one like big 4th of July show I did in my town where I gathered a group after the parade, my dad was like loading up the car while people were like talking to me afterwards. I'm like 13 or 14. I'm feeling like a local celebrity, And my dad's like, "Hey, Joe, hand me the mirror box." Very loudly in front of her. And I was like, "Dad, you can't call it that." Like I'm thinking like, "Oh, you must protect." But now I'm like, "Oh, but yeah, of course." Like, how else is that strange box accomplished? I wonder. So that's definitely a big thing. But even now, like I'm working on a routine with the classic fast and loose endless chain, which isn't typically mentalism, but I'm working on it. And I do a lot. Like for example, I love card magic. That's the way I kind of justify it in my brain. Is I love all magic. Card magic is like my hobby and my passion, and mentalism is like more like the job. That's more like, okay, when people book me, that's the show, that's the work, that's what I like. I still play with it, I still get creative with it, but I very rarely will like throw the whole thing out and start over at like the big company party that's hired me. That's been honed over a long time. Again, I have lots of things I can change out or play with the timing or play with a different joke or a different reveal, but that show is pretty solid. It'd be a while, and it'd take a lot for me to add more material to that unless I was doing a completely different show if I was booked the next year.
Got it. I want to invoke a name that comes up, I think, almost in every episode that we've done of this podcast. We're well into our 4th season. But I think this name probably has as much impact on you as he did on Jim, and that's Eugene Berger. What role did he play in sending you down the mental magic mentalist path?
Whenever I talk about Eugene, and you both probably have the same kind of thing. On one level, it's like, oh, what can you say that hasn't already been said a million times about Eugene? And the, of course, easiest way is to go the personal route. Go, with the conversations you've had, with the personal impact he had. And I've been rereading some of his books and such, and it's great because I love reading his books because you can still hear his voice, like he's right here. He's just right here over your shoulder.
With that little chuckle.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. The naughty Santa Claus chuckle. Oh my God. But yeah, he showed me the very first time I sat down with him and he did some card mentalism for me. It was transformative. I mean, I remember I was at Abbott's and Arthur Trace, we were talking. I was young. I was maybe 16. I was figuring it out. My first magic convention, I was getting overwhelmed. And I kind of told him, I was like, being overwhelmed. Some people are starting to talk about the meaning and philosophy, and I don't know what to make of any of it. And he just goes, before you leave here, you should buy a Eugene Berger book. And I've really lucked out. Even now to this day, I can't imagine how much I lucked out. I got one of his little pamphlets, Secrets and Mysteries of the Close-Up Entertainer, which eventually went into the Mastering the Art of Magic hardbound. that book changed my life. It's a small little booklet, but it's like almost like he knocked it out of the park right away with the first. That's the first thing he ever wrote. That's the first thing he ever put out for magicians. And like just right out of the gate talking about keeping a notebook. I immediately started keeping a notebook. I still do his seance routine at the end of that book. I do it now with rather than revealing a card, I have it reveal a message, the way he did it later in life. So yeah, just that one book, I was like, oh, I need to learn as much as I can about this guy. So I started saving up for the videos, and I had already seen him on TV doing card warp on the Art of Magic special with the Inquisition presentation. And I went to 12 years of Baptist school, so seeing this guy doing a trick, I mean, let's just face it, a very not anti-religious trick or religion trick, but a very critical of religious trick or religion trick. It was the first time I'd seen card warp too, and it blew my mind. So like, I remember just seeing it and going like, the hell's going on here? This guy's just literally warping reality while telling this incredible story. And then years later, getting to see him do it live. So then, yeah, years later, when I was 19, I got to meet him at Magic Chicago. And I told Eugene what impact he had on me. And he made a joke. And he said, thank you. That's very kind. And I can't remember if it was that same night or another night. We went to dinner and I was starting to sit down. And he was kind of at the other end of the table. He said, Joe, and just gestured to the seat next to him.
Nice.
And we sat down. I don't even know if we had ordered. And he just said, do you have a pack of cards with you? And we were off. We were in, I was the only he and I were the only two people in the entire world. But yeah, but that was great. And then, yeah, we had lunch off and on over the years. And he helped me with some of my mentalism, some of my mentalism routines, and really encouraged me to stick with it, even though I was so young, because that was the other real critique at the time when I was getting into it. It's like, oh, you're so young. And it's like, yeah, but that's going to get solved on its own with time. So just keep doing it. Like, so that was kind of his critique. Don't try to be anything other than you are right now. But my favorite Eugene story, he told me this over lunch. And I think to me, this is the Eugene story, because everyone talks about him as the bizarrest, the scholar, the guru on the hill. And everyone kind of, when talking about him, people really gloss over the fact that he was a successful North Shore Chicago close-up magician. And like, that's a big deal. That's a really big deal. Like, just from, like, he was commercially successful. He was commercially successful with less than 30 tricks for more than 30 years. Amongst, yes, magicians, but amongst like lay people. He had a career. So he told me a story. We were talking about intuition, and he told me a story of he had to do a bar mitzvah. And he said he wanted to get out of bar mitzvah, so he raised his prices. Well, this one, it didn't matter. So he took it because he's got to eat too. So already we're like, okay, he tried to get out of it by raising his price, and they said, okay, so Eugene Berger is doing a bar mitzvah. Okay. And on his way out the door, he had just gotten a shipment of hat tears in the mail. And however many it was, 60, 80, 100, however many it was, he didn't even open the package. He just took the whole thing, just on an intuitive whim, grabbed it, put it in his bag as he went out the door. Didn't think he'd need the whole thing, but just on an intuitive whim, it's like, I'm just going to take the whole thing. Just boom, just put it in. Gets to the gig, and they've also booked this kid's favorite band. Now, this is in Northbrook, Illinois, which is very wealthy. It's right in that same neighborhood where the Home Alone house is, where everyone says like, oh my God, what did Kevin McAllister's dad do to afford that house? And so now also the band Fall Out Boy is from that area. So in my head, this kid's a big Fall Out Boy fan, and it's Fall Out Boy either before or when they were famous and the parents could afford them. I don't know. But in my head canon, that's the kind of thing. So the big band playing, and Eugene's just like, oh my gosh, this band's playing. What am I going to do? So he's like, okay. He says to the parents, bring me the birthday kid first. I'll do a piece of magic directly for him. And in his head, he's like, oh, I'm going to do the hat tear silently for him first. Because the whole point of him doing the hat tear is people go around the party with these hats, with these magical hats, and the client can see that he's worked the party, and they're very happy with it. So they're, because that's the other thing. I tell people this story. They go, Eugene Berger did the hat tear? Yes, and it was a great routine. The script is in one of his books. It's awesome. And there's a total reasoning for it, which again, all these magical hats are all over the place. People are wearing them. They love them. It's great. Well, he brings the kid over. He has like one or two friends with him, tears up the tissue papers, makes the hat, puts it on the birthday kid's head. He says, thank you. The birthday kid walks away and the kid's friend comes up to him and goes, oh, can I be next? So Eugene goes, shrugs his shoulders, reaches in the bag again silently. He's not talking. He's working silently. Shows the tissue papers, tears them up. He's got like 3 different designs. So that one was like the pointed hat. This one's like a bonnet, puts it on. And now that kid gets out of the way and now there's a line. So silently for the entire party, Eugene Berger, Magic's mystic guru, is basically doing glorified paper hats, balloon animal style for the whole party. And it's one of his most highest paying gigs ever. And they gave him a $500 cash tip.
There you go.
So yes, he knew how to write a beautiful script. He knew how to put meaning into things. He also had that worker's intuition to, I'm going to put these in the bag. And you know what? And I think he mentioned maybe once he like had a small crowd of them, and there was a slight break. He did like 1 or 2 silent pieces of magic, like again, maybe like the haunted pack or something. Because he had a few pieces he could do silently for just such occasions. But for the most part, that's all he did. And again, the clients were happy because there were 100 kids by the end of the party walking around with these magical hats that they got from the mysterious, cool Santa Claus looking guy over there. They were thrilled. They didn't have to know that package was only $20. Like
that's thinking on your feet.
Absolutely.
So that's my personal favorite Eugene story, personally. So
I want to jump ahead a little bit by jumping back to something Jim and I discussed earlier this season. We replayed something that Rob Zabrecki said about dealing with audiences, particularly in the Houdini seance that he does at the Magic Castle, but dealing with audiences who come away from a mental magic or mentalism show thinking it's real and asking him to come to their house and help them contact a dead relative. How do you deal with this is or this isn't real?
It's an odd thing with mentalism, but I don't think it's as strict to mentalism as we like to think it is. And I may be totally wrong on this, but I'm gonna plant my flag on this until I am objectively proven otherwise. But that's why it's called a theory. But my magic theory on this is this applies to all magic. If you are doing any kind of magic and you're not getting weird questions like this occasionally, you're probably not that strong of a magician.
Interesting.
Las Vegas card magicians, I can't remember. I've had people say to me, oh yeah, this was Michael Skinner. I've had the same people say to me, this was Jimmy Grippo, but there was a different story with Grippo, which I'll get to in a moment. So this could have been one or the other. But there was a story where this Las Vegas card magician would like once a week talk about how he'd get followed back to his room or his car from people saying, listen, I'm at my wit's end. Can you just help me win at like a couple tables just so I can help my family? There's a guy doing card tricks.
Yeah.
You can't get more basic, but he's one of the best in the world. Jimmy Grippo, he did some hypnosis, and there was a chance for him to hypnotize someone during a boxing match to feel no pain. And I know this because Marshall Brodeen, one of my mentors growing up, he did hypnosis, and he was brought in to show that you could still get injured and not feel the pain. And he had the full, they signed it away. He had the legalities to do this, but even he said he wasn't sure if this was still right in the long run. But he hypnotized a woman. They showed she couldn't feel any pain, and he took one of his fire-eating torches, held it under her arm, and she's like, no, I felt no pain. Yeah, you can keep going. And he kept going, and she ended up getting a 3rd-degree burn and didn't feel a thing. Now they took care of it. She didn't even scar. She was fine. But this showed like, hey, this boxer could get injured, a rib could poke into a lung or something. He could not feel it and die. Like, we need those things to know. And even Marshall said he wasn't sure if he should have even done that with the woman, but it could have saved someone's life in the long run. So he felt conflicted about that. I think other magicians, either it happens more tongue in cheek from people because they say like, I'd love to take you to the casino. or, oh, can you make my wife disappear? I think that counts. I think that's still on the level of, because again, I still have people who ask those questions, and I would say most of the time they're not serious, but they're not joking either. Like, they're feeling it out. They're like, can you, those kinds of things, at least for me personally. I think if your magic is strong and you are a strong performer, it should happen. And if it's not, you're probably not, or your magic probably isn't. Again, I'm saying probably. I'm putting a lot of parentheses in here. There's a very strong argument that I know will probably tick a lot of people off. But again, I personally haven't seen it yet. I would love to see a performer who is very strong and very, does great magic, who has never had a story like this. But I personally haven't encountered one yet.
But what do you do, Joe, when at the end of one of your routines, one of the evenings, when someone comes up to you and clearly has been emotionally moved and is asking for more?
So I'm in a very interesting situation, which kind of mirrors our good friend Eli Marks in a kind of way.
Yeah.
So a couple of years ago, while at this arts park, I was doing a show called Mystic, and a woman, a psychic, whose brand and moniker was Mystic Chick, moved in. There was a brief moment of I was like, oh, you moving on my turf, and you're a psychic medium, and you're gonna go by Mystic, and my show's Mystic, and people are gonna guess, oh, I got you. And we immediately hit it off when we met in person. Immediately. She works as a psychic medium. She told me about her experiences and what she truly believes. She has a background in psychology and has worked in therapy. And we actually started doing events together where I would do a mentalism show, and then she would do like a meditative, self-reflective seance afterwards. And what's been great about that team up is, so I open my shows by saying, oh, some call me a mentalist, some call me a mind reader. I'm not a medium. I'm a large, and I pat my belly. It's a borderline street joke, but it sums up my sense of humor. I have some other jokes around it. It's my wife's favorite joke, but it also, it clarifies the rules. Because I tell people all the time, like, oh, no, if I'm backed into a corner saying, no, I work as a mind reader. I talk to ghosts, but I don't hear anything back. And the thing with Lauren is, because I used to tell people, like, yeah, you'd have to find someone else like that. Because if I tried to tell them, see a therapist or see this or see that, that's not what they wanted to hear. They're like, can you recommend someone? Well, when I met Lauren, who again has a background as a therapist, has a background as a psychologist, and if after a reading someone is like clearly unwell, she says to them, hey, I don't think you need another reading from me. I think you need help. This is what I'm feeling. You should go. Here's a list of some places and resources for you. Someone who's going to do the ethically right thing as a spiritual advisor, no different from a pastor, no different from a priest or anything like that in another religion. I was like, fine. Yes, I want to work with you. And we hit it off. She also has done haunted tours. So we've teamed up on that regard as well. And it's been great for that because I know a little bit more of the history of some of the places we've been in. And she does more of like the actual, like, paranormal work. So if people have like the questions about like their relatives and stuff like that, they go talk to her. If they have a question about like, so when was the building built? They come talk to me. So it's been a great partnership to kind of share the load in a sense. And I get to just flat out tell people, hey, I'm an entertainer. If what you're talking about, here's who I'd recommend.
And so, Joey, are you ever pushed up against the wall by somebody? Hey, is this real? Are you really reading minds? And then what do you? In my experience, that will happen occasionally. Somebody will really push me to the point, because my philosophy is I don't want to pull the rug out from somebody who's had a great experience. If you enjoyed it, I don't want to take that away. But at the same time, I don't want to be in a place where somebody obviously needs some sort of help that I'm unwilling to and unable to provide. Do you then just go, hey, I'm an entertainer? At what point do you stop?
Oh yeah, sure. And I think and I know a lot of performers don't love this, and I think it depends on the performer, the kind of audience you work with. Also, again, I'm working in historic buildings, historic theaters, places that attract people who are into this type of stuff. So the last thing you want to do is say, hey, you're an idiot for believing in something, or you're an idiot for having different beliefs than me. You don't want to do that. You definitely don't want to do that. The way I personally feel about it, as a general rule, 99 out of 100 times, is I say to them, no, I'm a mind reader. I use a variety of different, psychological, theatrical, and intuitive techniques. And, it doesn't work like just going up off the street. There's a process to it. I've built a show around that. And I do try to be as honest as possible about something when it is more on the trick spectrum. That makes sense. Like if I am going to do something more in like the seance realm, I'll say like, oh yeah, we're going to do something that recreates what they would have done in seances back in like the late 1800s, early 1900s. Well, all those seances were pretty much confirmed fraudulent. So I have the wiggle room to have words appear on a slate and not have to explain it. I'll usually say this has to do with the spirit in the building, or this is what I've learned, or this is how I've learned to do this with this particular pendulum or this particular bottle, those kinds of things.
You sort of headed off at the pass.
I head off at the pass, yeah. And then the other thing too that I'll say to people, if they're really pushing, I'll say, look, my job is to create mystery, not give answers. And the line I say is very often is believe whatever scares you the least, which is a fun line.
That is a fun line.
That really applies to life, doesn't it?
It really does.
Yes, because we do live in a world of alternative facts. We'll leave it there.
I thought you were going to say we live in a world of fear. I was going to, yeah, you got that right.
That too. So here's the perfect example. I did a show once where I did like a Q&A type audience mind reading routine, and I did spoon bending. Same performance, not the same show. This wasn't two dates. One was on Thursday, one was on Friday. These were both the same show, Saturday night, 7 p.m. for the same company, blah, 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 whatever. Woman comes up to me and goes, okay, so I know the mind reading stuff, that's all like, probably like body language, and you're reading people and maybe somehow figured out what some people were going to do. But like when you bend spoons, are you channeling? Is it chi? Are you, so, and she was just, that woman's asking about the spoon bending. As soon as she leaves, another person comes up to me and goes, okay, so the spoon bending, that's obviously like a trick. Maybe it's sleight of hand. Maybe they're trick spoons. I mean, yeah, they're keeping them, but I don't know, but there's gotta be a trick to that. But when you're reading minds, are you like tuning into the person? Are you going inward? Same performance, same show. It is harder because in some places like corporate events, the theatrical framing isn't as clear. It's also different when you're going into a corporate event versus them coming into your world, into a theater or into a haunted location or all those kinds of things. It's a different vibe, and I do feel like the rules are somewhat different in those cases. And then the final thing I'll say is I like to blur the line, and this is from Max Mathan, who talked extensively about this. I said, I don't know if you watch wrestling or not, but there's a term called kayfabe, which means the secret. So basically, I don't know if you've watched wrestling or not, and I'll kind of start a conversation with them about it, but I watched a little bit as a kid, and I'll say, there's people at two ends of the spectrum who I kind of feel are equally annoying. There's the first person who says, it's all real. That guy really hates that guy. He really broke his arm. He's really bleeding from the forehead. It's all that stuff. And then there's the person who yells, it's all fake. They've got a script. That's a blood capsule. He didn't really break his arm. But the vast majority of the swell in the middle goes, okay, I know they probably talked through some of like a loose script beforehand, but I don't think the human arm bends that way. And I don't think you can get a blood capsule to come out of the middle of the forehead. And the camera didn't cut when it did cut at the end though. Oh yeah. So maybe it could have snuck out. Okay. So some of this, yeah, probably exaggerated, but that guy really looks hurt. and I don't know where to put the marker. And that's very much what I'm trying to go for. Like, yes, this is a show. It's happening on command. It's happening on cue. But also, I'm really hoping there's some moments where you go, I don't know how to fully explain or put my finger on what's going on here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. So you do have to engage with people on that other level. I have noticed the more I engage people through story, through interaction, through world building, the more questions I get in that realm, whether just the is it real or isn't it question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I think everyone has had time to go get your playing cards. We want you to have 10 playing cards or 10 tarot cards or 10 cards where one of them has something on it that makes it different is what I'm guessing you need.
Yes. If you just have 10 index cards or business cards, I'll get a pen or pencil ready. Otherwise, you've got just 10 cards. That's fine. You can start mixing them up, and that'll give people who maybe still need to grab them, or maybe they grab them and put them in the other room, they can grab them. But this is a ritual based around awakening the magician in all of us, which is why I have the Magician Tarot card. Now, you don't have to see this, but I have the Magician Tarot card with me. One hand pointed towards the heaven, one hand pointed towards the earth. So we're going to do a ritual to awaken the magician in all of us. Now, at this point, is there anything I could know about the 10 cards in your or anybody's hands? Is there anything I can know about the cards in your hands?
I don't think so.
Nope.
There is one thing I know about everyone's cards. I know you have 10 of them. So I don't even want to know that. So in a moment, everyone's going to get rid of some. Now, don't get rid of just one. Get rid of at least 2. Make it a little harder. But at the same time, don't get rid of too many. You'll need at least like 4 cards left in your hand to work with. So this will still be impressive. But you don't have to tell me how many cards you're getting rid of. Just get rid of a few, set them off to the side, and hold the rest of the cards face down in your hand. And it looks like you both have done that. You can give them one more shuffle if you'd like. When you're done, you'll hold the cards face down in your hand. And you're going to pick them up and look at the bottom card and remember it. Now, if you're using index cards or business cards, this is where you take that pen or pencil and draw an X on that bottom card. So you'll know, you'll identify it later. If you want, you can take a photo of that card if you want to remember it for later on. But if you think you got it memorized, remember it and place the whole packet face down in your hand. And now we are going to start the ritual of the magician. We're going to cast a spell. We're going to spell the word magician. So take the top card of the pile in your hand, move it to the bottom, and say out loud the letter M.
Yeah. M.
That's the first letter of the word magician. Take the new top card, move it to the bottom, and say A.
A.
Very good. Keep going with G.
G.
Next, I.
I.
Next is C.
C.
Next is another I.
Okay.
Next is another A. A. And finally, N.
N.
Very good. We have one more step to complete the ritual. You notice, as I mentioned before, the magician has one hand pointing towards the heaven, one hand pointed towards the earth. That's because he, she, or they are saying as above, so below. So take the top card, hold it above your head, and say as above.
As above.
Feel it to the table. Take the new top card, move it to the bottom of your pile, and your deepest mystical voice say so below.
So below.
Take the new top card, hold it above your head, say as above.
As above.
As above.
Feel it down. Take the new top card, move it to the bottom, and say so below.
So below.
Very good. Keep doing that until you're down to one card. Don't look at any of them. As above.
So below.
As
above.
As below.
So below.
As above. And keep that last card in your hand. Don't look at it.
As above.
Very good. Hold that last card between your hands and say the most profound magic words you'll ever say. I learned this from Eugene Berger as well. These magic words are... I give myself permission to be powerful.
I give myself permission to be powerful.
Take a look. You should now be holding your card in your hands.
Hey, that's awesome.
Fantastic.
And now you can keep that card as a reminder to go forth and accomplish the impossible in your life.
Jonathan Levit, on being a magic consultant on movies and TV.
My first job as consultant was really on my first acting gig. I did an episode of The X-Files.
Yes, we love that episode. And that's a very auspicious way to start acting in Los Angeles.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
With
Yeah,
Ricky
yeah. Well,
Jay as
well-
your partner there.
Well, you know, honestly, my dream was, before I moved to LA, I said, I'm going to move to LA and I'm going to act on The X-Files. That's what I said. Now, that is a ridiculous statement to make. But as it turns out, that's what I did. So I end up on The X-Files with Ricky Jay. We're both con artist magicians. It was an acting role and I did some magic in it. So that's all fine and good. But they said, hey, we need to teach David and Jillian how to do some magic. Would you do that? And of course I said yes, and ended up teaching David Duchovny how to do a coin effect, and I taught Jillian how to twist her arm on the floor, because I actually had to do that as my character in the role as well. Well, I didn't think anything of it, but later in life, as I'm doing some more consulting, and I think back, oh, I was a consultant on the X-Files. So I never thought about it at the time, but that is in fact what I was doing, right? So that was the start of it all.
That's great that, your goal was move to LA, be on the X-Files, and then that happens. Did you just turn around and go home then? Or?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. If I were me, I might have just said, I'm packing my stuff and going back to wherever I came from, because this was just too easy.
Okay, well, first of all, it wasn't easy.
Well, no, but you set a goal and bang, you hit it. That's pretty great.
Well, you know what? Here's an interesting thing. Yeah, yes, I did set a goal and I hit it, but not because of it's weird, how this stuff kind of happens. It just happens, when you have to be ready for it. You have to be ready for it, right? You have to be prepared for it. What do they say? That it's luck and preparation meeting.
Right. Luck
right?
favors the prepared man.
That's right. And my father said to me, who's the biggest supporter in my life, my parents are the biggest support that I have, and they're amazing. And so, but not even a but, I don't want to say but. And my father said to me before I moved out to Los Angeles, how long are you going to give it? 2 years? And I said, Dad, if I answer the question, I might as well not go. But I booked the X-Files, what was it? 3 months after 2 years.
That's still pretty great.
It's great. But the point is, if I had said, yes, I'll give it 2 years, it wouldn't have happened.
Right.
Were you friends with Ricky at that point?
No, I had never met him before. It was an interesting experience. We, in fact, when I got on set the first day, I still didn't know Ricky was booked for it, was cast for it. And the director, who's now a good friend of mine, Thomas Wright, said, you know who we got from Malini, the other character? I said, no, I have no idea. This is the first day on set. He said, we got Ricky Jay. And I just thought, what is happening? And that was great. And so we had a good time together. And then I remember a short time after that, I was at my friend Bert Sperber's house. He said, come on over and let's have a little gathering. Well, at that gathering was Chris Woodward from the Magic Circle, Mike Caveney, John Gahn, Ricky Jay. I was freaked out. I was, nervous. And I remember Bert saying to me, I just want to be a fly on the wall, but Bert saying to me, hey, you should do something for all of us. You should perform for all of us. And I said, you're out of your mind. No way. Go away. Stop talking to me. And then a little later in the party, he said, hey, you know what? You really should do a trick for all of us. I said, you're crazy. You're out of your mind. Go away. And then later he said, you should do something. I said, okay, fine, I'll do something. Now, fortunately, I brought something with me. And this was after I had worked with Ricky. So he and I had already worked on the X-Files. And so I knew him at that time, but still, it wasn't like we were buddies. We were colleagues and fine. We got along great, no problem. So anyway, I came prepared with a trick. And I remember I did it on the floor. I did a card trick on the floor. And I knelt down, and intentionally positioned myself so that Ricky was to my left and a little behind me. This way, I would not have to look at Ricky, and Ricky would not have to look at me. And there was a chair right in front of me, as it turns out. Well, I'm start this thing, and Ricky says, I'm sorry, I just can't see. He gets up, and he positions himself in the chair directly in front of me. And I think, oh my God, what am I? So I power through this thing, and with success. And all I remember is Ricky looking at me and giving me a thumbs up. And I thought, oh my gosh, I'm so great. And then I think it was the next day, the next couple of days, after I was at the Magic Castle, and I ran into John Gahn, and John said, who drove Ricky to the party, he said all the way home, all he could talk about was that trick. So that's great. So yeah, there's the thumbs up. Thank you, Jim. And I was just so relieved. But anyway, that's my Ricky Jay stories. Those are my Ricky.
It's a great Ricky Jay story. I
can't imagine doing a card trick in front of Ricky Jay. That would be the most frightening.
It was nerve-wracking. It was nerve-wracking. Nerve-wracking. Yeah.
Terrifying.
So, okay, let's get back on track.
Yeah, Jim. I can get there because last night I rewatched The Incredible Burt Wonderstone with my wife, and we laughed and enjoyed every second of it. And I had forgotten how much I enjoyed it the first time I saw it when it had come out, and we just had a grand old time. Talk about being the magic consultant on that film, how that came about, and what was that whole experience like? Those are some pretty high-powered guys you're hanging out with.
Yeah, well,
Jim Carrey.
Yeah, right. Well, it's important to acknowledge first that the only reason that happened was because of Jim Steinmeier, and I'll say it here, and I'll always say it whenever I get a chance to say it publicly, that all of the great moments in my magic life have been a result of Jim Steinmeier. So with that said, Jim was doing the consultant work on that film in pre-production, putting together a lot of the magic, and they needed somebody on set to work with the actors, to integrate the magic, maybe do some new stuff along the way. And so I spent about 4 months on that film. I worked with, prior to going into production, I worked with Olivia Wilde and Steve Carell, meeting with them, kind of working on, what it means to be a magician, how do you move as a magician, et cetera. And then on set, I worked with the two of them and Alan Arkin along the way. And I was always on set, integrating the magic, working with the director and the crew, and that's how it happened. And along the way, I also worked on Now You See Me at the same time.
Same time? Okay.
Yeah, for a week. So the producers of Now You See Me reached out to me and said, we would like you to consult and work with our actors on our film, but it was happening at the same time as Burt Wonderstone. So I couldn't do that long on Now You See Me, but there was a week of Burt Wonderstone where they did not need me. They were shooting in Vegas and they didn't need me for that week. And during that 1 week, I was able to fly out to New Orleans and work on Now You See Me, and then come back to Burt Wonderstone for the rest of the run. But so that I was very, very lucky to be able to mix both of them together. But that was a very different experience for both of those films.
How so?
Burt Wonderstone, a lot of the magic was practical. We were doing sleight of hand. We were doing, whatever it was. It was practical magic, not CGI. Some of it was CGI, which was another story, but most of it was practical magic. And then for Now You See Me, even though I was teaching them, I was working with Jesse Eisenberg and Dave Franco, mostly, a little bit with Isla Fisher, but mostly with the two of them. And I was teaching them sleight of hand, teaching them how to do some card work, palm those ping pong balls, switch those things out, and kind of move as magicians, etc. A lot of the magic in Now You See Me ended up being CGI, right?
Right.
So not all of it, but some of a lot of it, and it was just a different experience. But also, you had Jesse Eisenberg and Dave Franco were just soaking up the magic. Right? Couldn't get enough of it. We would work one day and they'd say, okay, when can we come back and do this again? Let's come back. How early can we go? They were just soaking it up. On Burt Wonderstone, they were loving it, but it was a different kind of a thing. In a way, it wasn't, Burt Wonderstone wasn't a magic movie, right? It was a comedy. It was a love comedy, So but there was magic in it, and obviously it was sort of a caricature of magic, really fun. So the magic was a little bit different for them. And by the way, I also worked with Steve Buscemi on Burt Wonderstone, which was amazing as well. What a mensch that guy is.
Tremendous.
Really fun, really fun. So anyway, they were just different in the personalities that I was working with, and the kind of the youth of Dave Franco and Jesse Eisenberg, and sort of the way they attacked the magic versus Burt Wonderstone, but all dedicated. And Steve Carell on Burt Wonderstone, very dedicated. I was his hands for the majority of that film when he was doing magic.
Right.
But there were some instances where he said, I really want to do this, like the back palm of the card, as an example. He said, I really want to do that. And he really dove in and did that. So we worked together quite a bit on that. So he was very dedicated to it. And that was really nice to see. And then I do have a story about Alan Arkin, if you want to hear it. I'm babbling.
Yes.
Please.
Yes.
We love Alan Arkin.
Because talk about consulting. So there I am with Alan Arkin, by the way, in his trailer, sitting across from him and just talking about magic and wanting to pinch myself. In fact, I probably was pinching myself under the table. I'm talking to Alan Arkin, which is crazy. But I remember there was this scene where he was on stage as a younger Alan Arkin, a younger magician, and he produced an egg in his hand. We're sitting in I think it was the Orpheum Theater downtown. I think it was the Orpheum Theater. I'm sitting, a row or two behind the director, and Alan Arkin's on stage, and he's doing this bit, and they were going to put the egg in afterwards in post. But so he waves his hand around in a really ridiculous way, and then bam, there would be an egg. And I say, Alan, no magician would ever move their hand in that way. It's ridiculous. You're waving your hand way too much. Nobody would do that. And then Alan Arkin says to me, yes, but my way is funnier. And
argue that, do you?
Gosh darn it, he was right. So you watch the film, and you go, yeah, he's right. That's right. That's better. That's better. When I come in and I'm doing some magic on a set, everybody gets to learn how the magic is done. They have to. The director has to know. The people behind the camera need to know. If they don't know how the magic is done, they won't shoot it right.
Right.
And the goal is not to fool the crew, right? The goal is not to fool the crew. The goal is to make the magic look good on camera. And so for that, we need to let them behind the curtain.
So as a consultant on these films and television shows, especially, let's just take Burt Wonderstone, where you're there for 4 months. Every day you're there, are people coming up to you? Hey, do a trick. What do you got? And are you just like loaded down with decks of cards and coins and, sponge balls in case somebody on the craft services crew says, do something for us?
No.
Wow, that's great.
Yeah, I'm sure I did a trick or two, but my job was not there to perform magic. My job was there to help the production move forward. That's the other thing as a consultant. Your job is to move the production forward, not to stall. So in other words, when we did a levitate, these are mostly magicians listening to this podcast, I think. Yeah.
No, it's mystery. No. Readers. Okay. So what we generally don't give things away. We'll talk in a pendulette sort of way around things.
Understood. Okay. So we had a scene that involved the levitation, and there are some mechanics to make that happen. And it's possible that needs to be reset, right? If there's a mishap, or we cut and we go to another take of it. To make that happen, I spent the entire night beforehand making oodles and oodles of these mechanics ready to go for multiple takes, for problems that would happen during the take or multiple takes, because the job is cut, run in, fix, get out, and keep the production moving forward. And that's the key, right? So my job is to keep it moving forward. It's not to stop things down. It's not to have a laugh. The last thing you want to be on set is the one who stalled the production.
Sure.
Right? You don't want to be that person. So whatever you can do, you don't want to be that person. So I didn't go in prepared to perform magic. I came in there prepared to help integrate the magic into the production.
When I first started writing the Eli Marks series, which is 7 books now, it's about a magician. It's about a working magician. I am not a magician. I have no training in magic. To learn the ambitious card trick for the first book, I learned that a first world-class magician lived in the Twin Cities named Suzanne. I took lessons from her, learned how to do that. But I had a huge learning curve to get over in order to write that first book, because it was all first person. It's from the point of view of Eli Marks, and he is talking about his life as a magician, which isn't just, as the copywriter who wrote the first blurb wrote for it said, it isn't all kiddie shows and card tricks. There's a life to it, a lifestyle to it. Suzanne was a huge help in kind of giving me that sense of the day-to-day life of a magician. But at the same time, this show, Celebracadabra, had, I think, just been on. I was able to buy it on iTunes, and it gave me sort of a boot camp into all the different styles of magic and how people learn magic, although it didn't give anything away. But it showed the frustration. It showed there was a variety of personalities, not only in the celebrities, but also certainly in the magicians. And it was a huge help. And probably the first person to appear on screen is a guy named Jonathan Levit, who is you're not only the host of it, but you're also sometimes the judge, and you're there, you're ubiquitous throughout, and you're doing magic, and you're hosting, and you're being charming and doing all that. And I've always associated that first book with this sort of charming guy, a Jonathan Levit type, because that was the first thing that came out throughout those 6 or 7 or 8 episodes, was this one figure. Can you talk a little bit about your role on that show, how they approached you, and any sort of magic consultant twist to what you were doing there?
Wow. Well, first of all, thank you for sharing that story. That is really, that makes me feel great. And I appreciate it so much. Celebracadabra, thank you to Jim Steinmeier and David Regal for suggesting me for it. This was a celebrity, like a Dancing with the Stars with magic, right? So you had celebrities paired up with magicians as their coaches, and the celebrities were learning magic and competing each week in a different style of magic and what have you. Great. I mean, really a fun show at the end of the day. And so they needed a host, and I was also the primary judge, right? And I would judge alongside Jeff McBride and Max Maven, in some cases Franz Harari, and but Jeff and Max were the primary judges next to me, and I would host the show as well. So I wasn't really a consultant on that show because we had 7 other consultants on that show as coaches, right? So you didn't really need me as a consultant, but I was doing magic, as you said, in the opening bits. Every episode, I would do some magic, So I was, in a way, consulting in the sense that I had a say in creatively what we were doing, but I wasn't billed as a consultant on that show. But I have to say, so they were looking for. I'm happy to tell you the audacity that I had at the time, because I was doing other hosting work. I was hosting other TV shows, and they were doing a search for the coaches for this show, and they were kind of searching all over the globe for coaches, and so I went in, and they brought me in to interview for that position for one of the coaches, and I remember saying to them, I really should be the host of this show. And they, and I'm pretty sure it couldn't have been more than 4 seconds later, they said, "Hey, thanks so much for coming in. Please don't let the door hit you on the way out." So, and that was it, right? And so then they did a pilot. They did a pilot with a non-magician host, and I don't think it was well received. I don't think the pilot aired, but I don't think it was well received. And so they said, well, we need another host. So they reached out to Jim and David, and they both said, you should talk to Jonathan. So at that point, I remember where I was. I was actually filming a short film at the time, and I got a phone call from Chris Martin, who said, hey, are you still interested in hosting this thing? I said, yeah, I am. And that was it. So it was a great experience. We shot that over 6 weeks, shot at the Magic Castle as our base camp, and we were in Las Vegas for the final episode. And it was, I always say it was like going to war. It was really a hard schedule, but it was awesome. just awesome.
It's a really fun show, and I recommend if you can track it down, anybody should watch it, because it really does give you the feel of what is it like to learn something and then have to go, learning is one thing. Walking out onto a promenade somewhere and trying to gather a crowd and do it, it's even with quote unquote performers. These people are performers, yet you add the element of having to perform magic to it. It's a whole different world.
And I'll tell you, they did great. Actors have an ability. David Duchovny, I had to teach him how to vanish a coin. And so I said, well, okay, I'll give you 3 options. The third option was the Goshman pinch, which is not easy. And he goes, oh, that's the one we'll do. I'll do that one. Okay. And man, he picked it up, like a champ. They're great. I mean, actors really have an ability to learn learn stuff, right, in the moment. And Celebricadabra, it was great to see. And C. Thomas Howell, who won, he did a great we he really killed it. And I give him a lot of credit for it, And, in some cases, we'd watch those acts and we'd go, you know what? That's better than most magicians I've seen these days.
Yeah.
Really well thought out, well acted, great story, really terrific. And a lot of that, by the way, credit has to go to David Riegel for being his coach. Yeah.
That show made me think of, I think it's the Henning Nelms line about a magician is an actor playing the part of a magician. And C. Thomas Howell, I thought, was brilliant at doing that. And the way he was coached up and delivered that final, it was just like, wow, that's terrific. And it was just amazing to me.
He took on that role wonderfully, and he really committed himself to the work and the practice, and he deserves all the credit. He really did a great job.
Yeah. Well, it was a great show. I enjoyed every minute of it.
Thanks.
John, are you good? Because I just want to ask about how magic is. John spends an inordinate amount of time, I think, making sure in his books that he gets the life of a magician right, that the magic is treated respectfully. His concerns are real concerns of a magician. It's not at all kind of fabricated. It's grounded in reality, so that if a magician is reading the book, he's not going to go, well, that's just a bunch of crap. It's really right there and very real. Can you talk at all or think of some examples of shows or movies where you think the magic was really presented well? That was great. They did a great job.
Well, I think they did it in The Incredible Wonderstone. I think they did a really good job of presenting the magic, because a lot of it was practical magic. It was not fantastical magic. There was one scene where a couple scenes that I can think of that were some CGI replacement, but mostly it was all practical magic. And I think they did a really good job with it. Magic's really hard to present on camera, really hard. So yeah, I mean, it can be done. It's not easy, but the hardest thing to do is to integrate magic into a storyline, into a scripted storyline. That's not easy, right? If you're just showing magic as here's the magic being performed with it's not a theatrical, it's not a scripted piece. It's just, here's the magic. That's a little bit easier. Although you have to watch the camera angles, and you should have a magician in the editing room. You should. Editors will miss things. A flash may happen that they won't see necessarily. Right. And a flash is when we expose something, right? And we don't want to do that. So a magician in the editing room is really important if you're going to be putting it into any kind of context, whether it be scripted or even if it's just the magic as the magic, not in a scripted situation. You want to make sure that you're presenting it well and not flashing and doing all that without doing camera. If you can avoid doing camera tricks, that's even better. You're not trying to fake the audience out. I mean, if you look at Copperfield mastered magic on television. And I was always fascinated because when you go see his live show, there wasn't really a difference. He was able to make us feel like we were watching on television what we would see live. Right. And that's difficult.
When I mentioned that, Celebracadabra was something that was very helpful for me starting out. At the same time, I also tracked down and watched episodes of Hal Linden's show, Black's Magic, and Bill Bixby and the Magician, and didn't finish either one of them because they almost immediately start doing things that you just can't do. They're not only breaking the laws of physics, but breaking the laws of what a magician can do. For example, Hal Linden's in the middle of a ballroom at someone's house. He set up some sort of glass box. He steps into the box, smoke comes out, and they cut, and he is now at the other side of the house, and he's going through their safe or something. I mean, it's like, well, if we're going to use the magic, we need to be realistic about it, which is one of the things I loved about Burt Wonderstone is, yes, there's a little bit of, they push the edge a little bit, but it really is actual kind of magic tricks. The ultimate illusion in it at the end, when they drug the audience and drag them to the desert, is physically doing what Teller has said about magic, which is magic is someone who's willing to just go up to a lot further extremes than you might think reasonable. And that's a perfect example of doing that to get the effect. And that's why, as I weigh, and you're not here to review these films you worked on, but as I weigh Burt Wonderstone against Now You See Me, I'm with Burt Wonderstone the whole time because, like you say, it's practical magic and they're really doing it. As soon as the River of Blood or whatever starts in Now You See Me, and you go, well, that's okay, this is just Harry Potter. These aren't real magicians. Right. And I'm no longer watching it from that point of view.
Right. And I think it's important, when you watch a movie like Now You See Me, it's not a magic movie, right? It's a heist movie.
Right.
Yeah.
You need to sort of remove yourself from it. Harry Potter is not a magic movie. In the sense of watching practical magic, it's a magical movie, right? It's a fantastical movie. And you go into it expecting that. Now, there's magic consultants that were working on Harry Potter to make some of the magic happen. It wasn't all CGI. And there's practical magic in Harry Potter, some really good practical magic. And so, but you don't go into it going, I can't wait to see a magician do magic. You're going into it knowing you're seeing a wizard do some wizardry, right? And so, yeah, it's important to understand what so Now You See Me, as long as you can say, I'm going to separate myself from this. I'm not going in to watch, my favorite magician on screen. I'm going in to watch a heist movie with magic elements. And it's important to couch it and to set your expectations before going in, I suppose.
Okay, so you've got all these clubs in your bag, right? You can be an actor, you can be a host, you can be a spokesperson, you can be a magician, you can be a magic consultant. Is there one thing that you go, gosh, if I had to pick one club that this would be the one that I wish I could put all my eggs in that basket?
The short answer is no. The longer answer is I wish yes. We were just having this conversation the other day. You think about it, if you put everything into one of those, boy, what a force that could be. But the other side of it is I enjoy making my mind go in different directions. I enjoy that. I do enjoy it. I think that if I were in a situation where I said, okay, I'm just going to do one thing, this one thing only, that I would miss doing the other things. And I feel like I'm at a point in my life, I just turned 50. And I think at that point, if I were just to kind of put all that other stuff away, I think I would really have a hole in my soul, craving the ability to do all those other things, because those bring on the life experiences that, I'm really blessed. The life experiences that we have and the travel that we've been able to have, it's fantastic. I love being able to juggle all those things. So I think the answer is no, I'm good.
Yes, you are.
So you've done this consulting, you've done acting, you've got this, as Jim said, this bag of clubs to deal with. I understand you're also now kind of taking the movie consulting and focusing it down on helping individual magicians and working with them. What is that process like?
Boy, that has been so gratifying. Coaching other performers, other magicians, mostly magicians, but other performers in general, but working with them on their acts and their effects, but not just, it ends up not just being an individual effect. Some magicians have come to me and say, I want to work on one trick and work on the methodology of that one trick or the story of that one trick. But it always invariably evolves into so much more. And we end up talking about their character and their overall show and the structure within their show and the way they handle the audience and the through line of the show and the story and the scripting and all of it as it works together. And it has been so satisfying for me to work with individuals in this way and really help evolve what their overall performance and their overall act, and really help them understand who their character is. And I've been doing that quite a bit. I've always done it, but over the last 14 months, I really dove into it. And now it's become a sort of a major part of what I'm doing on a somewhat daily basis, is working with individuals like this. And everybody's different. And I've had days where I've had several people back to back, and when I move from one person to the next, it's a completely different conversation because each person is individual. And part of what we do, in our opening session is usually just a conversation, finding out about that person, a lot of listening and asking questions and taking notes and allowing that information to drive us forward in the next sessions and change the way people think about the way they perform and the way they present themselves. And we've had major breakthroughs that have been, in some cases, emotional, and it's been really gratifying doing the magic coaching. So I'm glad to be doing it and continue doing it.
Michael Close on performing magic in front of a camera.
So what we want to talk about with you is something magicians probably don't think about as much as they should, which is how does magic change when you put it in front of a camera? The best example we have of that today of magic looking really good on camera is Fool Us, and I'm sure that is by design. That just didn't happen. So let's just start kind of at the beginning with your story. How did you get involved with Fool Us?
Well, I had known Penn and Teller since the mid 80s, I'm sure. I knew Johnny Thompson since 1976, so we were old friends. And at the time, I moved to Las Vegas in 1998. And once I got there and was there for a little while, Johnny suggested to Penn and Teller that I come on board as one of the consultants, or whatever you want to call it, brain trust, designing new tricks for Penn and Teller. So, we would meet regularly. Sometimes we would meet and talk about things that they had to do for a commercial or something like that, or some other presentation. Other times it was just brainstorming in their office about new effects. And then a lot of it was R&D, just working things out that they had planned for the show. So I was there when the cell phone and the fish was developed. As a matter of fact, I was the one who suggested using a close-up method on stage to accomplish that trick. I worked on TSA. I worked on the vanishing pygmy elephant, although that took so long to come to fruition that I no longer lived in Las Vegas by the time they put that in the show. I had moved away. I'm in Canada now. Anyway, so we had this very, very good working relationship. And Johnny and I had a very good working relationship, simply because we had the same aesthetic approach to magic. We knew what we wanted magic to look like. For me, I got that strongly from the fellow who was my mentor, a guy named Harry Reiser, who lived in Indianapolis. But Harry, who was just a few years older than Johnny, was also Johnny's mentor when they were both in Chicago. And all of Harry's stuff goes back to Charlie Miller and Di Vernon. So Johnny and I looked at problems the same way. We looked at things the same way. So there weren't a lot of times when he and I sort of butted heads in terms of making a decision about something. So that was great. So the first season of Fool Us was shot in England. I don't quite remember the year. It might have been 2011 or something like that. I don't know. But I was not involved in that. They used Johnny as the magic consultant and a fellow named Paul Stone, who is from the UK and was able to enlist the participation of some English magicians to be on the show. And then the show was canceled on the network there in England, but the CW ran reruns of it, showed it, and it got good ratings. So they ordered more episodes, and those were done in Vegas. Season 2 was the first one shot in Vegas with Jonathan Ross as the host. And that's when they brought me on. So basically, Penn and Teller and Johnny pitched me to the producers, Andrew Golder, Lincoln Hyatt, and Peter Golden. Anyway, and so that's when I started working on the show, and I've worked on it ever since. The interesting thing about it is, I had not very much experience working in television when I started on this thing. I knew magic quite well, but I didn't know magic on television well. And so this has been a really great learning process for me in terms of figuring out what makes something work on television, especially something like Fool Us. Magic is pretty easy to make work on TV if you don't particularly play fair. But Fool Us, I think one of the things that's so appealing about Fool Us is that the audience at home knows that we're playing fair, because part of the game is that this performer is trying to fool Penn and Teller. So we won't be cutting away from, we never edit for deception. We may edit for time and to compress time a little bit, but we don't edit for deception. And I think that's one of the things that makes the show so appealing.
It is such a delight to watch that show. I'm a huge fan of the show and of Penn and Teller. Talk about how what they created is really unique, I think, to the magic fraternity, but also just in terms of a piece of television.
Yeah, I believe the basic idea for it was Penn's. And what has always been interesting about working with Penn is because Penn's background is not from magic. Penn's background is from juggling. So when Penn comes up with an idea for something, it is for the most part driven by an intellectual concept rather than, hey, let's do a version of this trick, the way a lot of magicians think about these things. Because of that, most of the time when Penn comes up with something, I can't go running back to Tarbell to figure out a method for doing it because nobody's done it. And that's the case with this show. Now, to be honest with you, I didn't watch the first season of Fool Us when it aired, and I really wasn't interested in it because I didn't like the title. Because, I'm somebody who has spent most of his life out performing in front of people. And the fact that you are going to fool people is the thing that divides you as the performer from the audience. It separates us. It is not a shared experience. It can be, but you always have this thing hanging in the background of, well, this guy's going to trick me. This guy's going to fool me. So to put that emphasis on that aspect of magic, I wasn't too crazy about. But what I found out was that if you want to pitch a television show to a TV network, and you walk in the door and say, hey, I got this great magic variety show that I want to do for you. No, we don't want a magic show. Oh, but wait. It's interesting because the magicians come on and they try to fool Penn and Teller. Oh, it's a contest. Oh, well, we understand contests. Yeah, and then Penn will talk about the act and sort of talk about how the guy did it. Oh, the masked magician. We understand the masked magician. Okay, fine. We'll buy your series. But of course, none of that's actually true the way it all works out. I mean, we try very, very hard not to, we dropped hints with this coded language that we use. And I can tell you a little bit more about that if you're interested. But the way the show has worked out, and the thing that magicians need to understand is, it is such a boost to their brand to be on the show that it really doesn't make any difference if they fool Penn and Teller. The idea is to come on and do a great job for the audience at home. And if you end up with a piece of plastic, well, that's delightful. But if you don't, you don't. And you never know what's going to fool Penn and Teller and what isn't. There's all kinds of things that go on there. So, we try very hard. People who've done a lot of television, people like David Regal, says it was the best television experience he's ever had. It's a group of people, and all we're concerned about is making the performer look as great as they could possibly look. And so my job in that capacity is, it's really in three parts. The first part is when acts submit their videos to the producers, Andrew and Lincoln look at those videos first, find ones that they are interested in, and then they send those links to me, and I do an analysis of the magic. So what am I looking for? I'm looking for several things. Is the effect different? Is this something we've seen before? Am I fooled by what they do? Now, that doesn't happen a lot, But I'm happy to say that every season there's 5 or 6 guys who do something on the show that the first time I watch it, I go, oh, I'm not exactly sure what's going on here. And that's a great thing. That's a really great thing for me. It makes me feel wonderful after this many years of being interested in magic to be able to get fooled every now and then. It's a great, great feeling.
So when they submit their audition, they don't tell you how they're doing it.
At that moment, they do not.
Okay.
But if we express an interest in the trick, we may ask for further clarification about the method. There's sometimes I see something and I go, this is just too clean. This is either using a stooge or an instant stooge or something's going on, a pre-show thing. And then we need clarification. And sometimes I'm wrong. And that's, I go, oh, good. Well, this is something brand new. But then we will discuss method, obviously. And the one thing about discussing method is it's like a non-disclosure agreement. Everybody who works on the show knows that these guys' secrets are important to them. Nobody talks about anything. I don't talk about anything. If I would be allowed to talk about things, I would sell the secret to Boris Wilde's trick, the card at any number that he did that was so good. But I don't, because that's their intellectual property. We just keep it to ourselves. So what's my job? So I do this analysis of the thing. I look for weaknesses, and I can talk about that a little bit more in a moment. I look at what kind of problems they're going to be shooting this on television, and in particular, shooting it on the Penn and Teller stage, which is huge. So every now and then, a stage act will do something. So if you can imagine the Magic Castle, Palace of Prestidigitation in the Magic Castle. So that has a stage, a relatively small stage, but it's a stage where you can bring the curtains in like a proscenium. And sometimes guys will send stuff where they need to be ditching things or handing things off to assistants. Well, that doesn't work on our stage. You can't get anything on or off stage particularly easily. So that's something I'm looking for. If the trick is particularly angly, and a lot of people are used to doing Zoom stuff now, so it looks great from this camera, but not so good from the way we shoot, which is 9 cameras all over the place. So I'm looking at things like that. I'm looking at technical things. Are the best techniques being used? If it's the best technique, is the guy performing it the best way, guy or gal performing it as well as possible? So I'm doing all these things. I'm really fixing the magic if I can. And that's the first thing. So then I send my notes about that, which incidentally also include suggestions for the bust. So you may think that that information happens live, but I've already thought about it for 3 or 4 months, writing notes of how we can code this thing, to the people,
You make Penn look very clever.
Yeah, we spend a lot of time thinking about those things and the reason for that is, and this has purely happened over time, there isn't time to think about that stuff under the pressure of the cameras rolling. What a lot of people don't know is the interview with Allison can sometimes run between 5 and 10 minutes live. It's only 45 seconds when you watch it on TV, but there's a lot of time that goes back and forth on that. So that's my first thing. My second function is, as acts are being hired, I will get on them with them on Zoom and trying to get everybody as polished up as they can possibly be. So that's the second thing. I do lots of Zoom calls. And then the third thing is when we're actually shooting the show there. And then, of course, as we're doing that, just so everybody understands the process, while Allison is interviewing the act, Andrew Golder and I are listening to Penn and Teller discuss the trick. We say nothing. We say nothing until they have reached a conclusion about how they think things work. Now, that's really the moment when the judging happens. So a lot of magicians think the judging happens in the discussion between Penn and the act. It doesn't. Whether or not this guy has fooled Penn and Teller is decided before even Penn opens his mouth to talk to him. Because we'll do one of two things. If they're way off base, then they'll go, we think it's this. And Andrew will go, nope, you're completely wrong. Mike explained it to him. So then I talk to them about it. And now we adjust the language because we want to figure out a nice dramatic way to get to that thing. And a good way to do that is for Penn to ask a question that will get a no response. And then, then we're off to the races. one of the things that has happened is that we tend nowadays to use less and less of the coded language, simply because so many acts that are on the show now, English is their second language. So how are you going to use puns and wordplay for people who don't speak English well? So we have alternative ways. That's of no big interest to anybody else, but there are ways that we solve this problem. The bottom line to that particular part of the discussion is, it is, I believe, now the most fair procedure that we can possibly have, because I've got the performers back. If Penn and Teller are actually fooled, then a trophy will come down. If Penn and Teller actually aren't fooled, then there won't be a trophy. But it's really a just, sort of what I want to call it, a righteous decision when it happens now. So that's basically the three roles that I play on the show.
So just to get a little inside baseball here on it. So there are times when Penn will say to the contestant, "We think you're using a double back card." And the contestant will say, "No, I'm not." And then they'll go, "Okay, you fooled us." But at that point, he kind of already knows, right?
He absolutely knows.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Well, now see, it depends on what season you're talking about, because
okay,
these are sort of changes that have come about, well, I guess in the years since Johnny Thompson died. But for me, that part of the show gave me heartburn, because, and in particular, when there hadn't been a clear strategy worked out. And again, this is what I'm talking about with something that Penn came up with. I can't go to Tarbell and find the best way to adjudicate a magic game show without giving things away. You show me what volume that's in. I can't even do it on the radio, less television. Anyway, so this has evolved. There was simply too much fog of war going on when this hadn't been worked out enough. And that's why every now and then in the early seasons, you might say to me, "How did such and such manage to fool Penn and Teller?" And I would say, "Well, there's a story behind that. I can't tell you that story, but there's a story behind that." But those type of things happen never. No, it just doesn't happen.
Can you talk about what happened with Andy Gladwin? Because he was just on a different podcast talking about being called back to reshoot. Is that something you're allowed to talk about?
Yeah, I think so. And we have done this with other acts. And basically, the whole thing about it was Andy's trick. It's a really complicated trick. I mean, it's, as you would suspect when you look at something like that, there's things going on. And so as Penn and Teller were talking about it and came to a conclusion about it, I said, "Well, I don't think you've got it." And they, "Well, yeah, it's this and this." But I couldn't explain it well enough to them to understand, that they did. So they busted him and, he walked off. But then we talked about it a little bit more. But then Andy went back to his room and Penn and Teller came back out and said, "We need to reshoot this because we had it completely wrong. We didn't think it was that at all."
They're stand-up guys, because they could have just
really
said,
because
"Let's move on." So very kind of them.
The way Andy explained it was he was back in his room. He'd thrown the props away. He was getting ready to go out. He got a call and said, "We have to reshoot the ending." And he had no idea. So he put everything back together and went back on the stage, and they reshot the ending. And all of a sudden he had a new answer, which was, "You fooled us." And I think they probably just wanted to get the most surprise out of him they could.
Oh, absolutely. That's exactly why we did it that way. Yeah.
But it does go to show it's a completely honest process. If anyone questions it, it's like, well, obviously it's honest, because why would you go to the trouble of calling back?
Right. Exactly. And it's the game part of it, which is, interesting to people and what have you. And, it to some extent tends to limit the people that we can get on the show. There's some magicians who can't wrap their head around the fact that whether or not you fool them is not the point of being on the show. So they would prefer not to. I understand that. It's fine. But our goal in the show is not only to showcase the magicians in the finest way that they can. I mean, I think we shoot magic better than anybody shoots magic right now.
When you work with an act, Joe Blow has been chosen to come on Penn and Teller because of something he has sent in. You look at it. Do you coach this person up? Do you look at their method and say, "No, they're going to absolutely tumble to that method"? But if you did this, this, and this, you'll get the same effect, and they may not get that. Is there that kind of a process going on?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. We used to joke that in the earlier seasons of the show, it should really be called Mike and Johnny Fool, Penn, and Teller. Because, you know, it's my job, and I want it to look absolutely great for several reasons. I want people to have a happy experience being on the show. Number two, I want to make it as difficult as possible for the people who like to go through frame by frame trying to figure out how this stuff works. I don't want to make their job easy. So I'm going to use every bit of deviousness that I have in my old body to try to work things out so they're really seamless. And yes, there is an enormous amount of coaching. I mean, just me sitting here with a deck of cards in my hands going, now, if you hold them like this is the grip you need because, you know, this will work and this won't work. I mean, I was just talking with a fella, and this leads into the magic on TV thing. I wish I knew as much about magic on TV as I know now, back when I was doing videos for L&L, because there's so many mistakes I made. You know, the problem with doing a magic video, if you're not somebody who does magic on TV, is you're used to performing for real people. And the thing is that the human eye is so much more sensitive to being able to focus in on things than a camera is. So consequently, if you want the audience to know the name of a card and you're you know, what I would normally do as a close-up performer is I just move it from side to side so everybody at the table could see what it is. But if you make that gesture on TV, it's just a blur for the cameras. So, you know, it's these small points of stopping and making sure that the camera can focus in on what's going to happen that are important. The other thing that happens on TV for close-up guys is there is no misdirection. Misdirection absolutely is gone when you do magic on TV. And by that, I mean, if I'm working in a restaurant and I'm standing, which is one of the reasons I always stood when I perform, and I've got people seated at a table, then if I'm talking to somebody to my right and I suddenly turn my head to the left and I call one of the spectators by name, then everybody's eyes are going to hit my eyes and then hit his eyes. And when that happens, I have a shadow zone where I could do something, you know, get a break or palm a card or whatever it is. But that gives me a shadow zone to work in because of the way people's eyes work. It does not happen on television. Once you draw the rectangle around the action, every bit of information in the frame is of equal importance. And so there's some things you simply can't misdirect against. And sometimes this requires a lot of ingenuity. One of the acts, his trick required a move that you actually cannot get away with on television. You can do it easily live, but it just flashes like crazy. And I figured out a way to do it on television. So, I mean, it was a real interesting, and he ended up fooling Penn and Teller with it. And one of the great things for me was, as I was listening to them talk, when they went back to their chairs, one of the first thing Teller said was, well, he couldn't be doing, and it was the name of the move that the guy actually did. And they just didn't see it. They just didn't see it. So anyway, these are challenges. Sometimes I solve them, sometimes I don't solve them. But it causes me to think in different ways. I've got a problem I'm working on for another guy now. He was doing a routine that involved doing a classic pass twice, and you can't do that on camera. You can do it maybe if you're standing, but he was seated and you just can't get the angle to do a classic pass, so it passes muster. So the other day, he and I spent, you know, a little more than an hour or so going on other alternatives that would work on television.
Our friend Suzanne was on an early, maybe season 2, season 3, and she tells the story of demonstrating what she was going to do for Johnny. And he said, that's terrific, unless you want to fool them. You're not going to fool them with that. And I believe she kind of went off and came up with her own method. But I'm guessing that now they've kind of permeated the idea of fooling them isn't necessarily the goal, right?
Fooling them is absolutely, and here's the reason why fooling them can't be the goal. There are lots of card tricks that you could see, and at the end of it, you go, well, I don't know how he found my card. Is it entertaining television? Absolutely not. So the first goal is this entertaining, engaging television? And I say to the guys when I work with them, you have to remember that it's not like working in the close-up gallery of the Magic Castle, because if you're boring people in the Magic Castle close-up gallery, it isn't easy to escape. You'd have to stand up, make your way through the crowd, and go through that sliding door that lets out by the Vernon cubbyhole there. So, whatever you do has to be engaging. And there are times, of course, when guys come up with stuff that is entertaining, it is engaging, just like Andy Gladwin's trick, where the method is also new and different and really interesting. So, we'd like people to fool them, if they can. And if I can figure out a way to make it more seamless, I will certainly help the contestant do that. I want them to succeed. I mean, it's true, I've never been given any of the 12 trophies that I deserve by now, but that's okay. I'm not bitter. I'm not a bitter old man up here in Canada.
Are there other misconceptions that magicians have about the show that they learn quickly aren't what they thought?
Well, I don't know. I think the judging was one of the big misconceptions. And certainly, I understand why this would come about because of the fog of war thing I mentioned earlier, where mistakes were made, where I think things went in a way that it shouldn't have gone. But we all learn. I mean, this is a complete learning process. The whole process is, and it just gets smoother, a little more efficient, I think, every time we do it. The hard part is just getting the performers, finding the performers. I mean, we've worked with over 600 people now. I mean, each season they book 62 acts, only 52 will air. And we do that just in case somebody, has a disastrous problem and it can't work. Sometimes the problem is the magician. Sometimes the problem is outside of the magician's control. They like to have one card routine per show, but, so that means the card guys are sort of fighting against each other to see who makes air, whoever has the best performance. You understand how that?
Yeah.
But so I don't think there's any other big misconceptions about the thing.
Can you talk a little bit about what you think the show Foolish has done for magic in general, or the magic fraternity?
Well, I believe, number one, it has been a very positive in terms of the audience perhaps appreciating more than they did before the work that people put into these, that magic isn't just running down to the magic shop and buying a trick. There's a lot more to it than that. And I think this comes across. Penn is, effusive with his praise for the people who come on the show. And they've gotten even more so since, I guess, a couple of seasons ago, Penn tried to fool Teller and Teller tried to fool Penn. And they discovered how nerve-wracking it is to be performing up on stage for each other. It's different when they're just doing their act, but when they're trying to fool each other, it was a whole other dynamic. And so, they really understand what the performers, their headspace and how it's going there. I like how beautifully we shoot the show. Our lighting designer, Matt, is fantastic. Our director, Dennis Rosenblatt, is a genius with some of these things. And like I say, we have 9 cameras. So, we're always looking to get, where's the good shot? That's the other thing I watch, but when they do the camera rehearsal before we tape the show, is just to see if there's a camera that's catching something that is bad. Now, it doesn't mean you have to move that camera. The director just has to know he can't use that shot. So I think, I think that's really good. It doesn't make magicians look tacky. It doesn't make magicians look stupid. And of course, this is the thing, you watch TV, I guarantee if there's a magician character, he's not probably going to be the hero. He's going to be like Joe Bluth, asking, well, where did the lighter fluid come from? So.
Well, let me ask you this. Can you think of movies or TV shows, whether it's dramatic or reality TV or movies, where you think they got the world of magicians right and where they really got it wrong?
Well, I can't really think of any movie that actually got it right. Magic, for the most part, I'm also a musician. I'm a musician by training. And most of our lives as musicians and magicians is practice. And that doesn't really make for, a wonderful television show. I've seen very few movies about musicians that I thought were any good. There's always this dramatic license that they take in terms of what is actually possible that someone could do. And that's the thing that bothers me most, is how unrealistic some of the effects are that happen in the movies. So no, I worked with Guillermo del Toro on Nightmare Alley that was shot here in Toronto. And there was quite a bit of magic in the original script for that, but things got changed over time. And then Bradley Cooper and Guillermo sort of reimagined the character of Stanton Carlisle different than it was originally going to be. It was originally going to be that Stanton had a far deeper interest in magic that he had gotten when he was a kid, and that sort of fell away. But anyway, that would have been the things that I designed were to look good on camera and performable, but they weren't big spectacular things. They were just actual little bits of magic seasoning, I guess, is in the show. So, I think it's great that, magicians as a character have always been a popular thing, back to Clayton Rawson and the Merlini mysteries. When I was a kid, I used to read those, but it's hard to pull it off in any kind of a way that actually resembles. And I think that's any profession's going to tell you that. I'm just guessing that the hospital shows I watch don't really represent life in a hospital or a law firm or, a police state, that everything gets changed for, dramatic purposes. So it's fun to watch.